I'm punctual, so it's 7 o'clock. I'm calling to order the May 1st, 2024 meeting of the Norton Finance Committee and taking attendance. Kevin, let's see, Kevin. Steve is going to be absent. Tracy?
Yeah.
Sandy mentioned she may be late. Joe? Bill?
At least for now. Kale?
Right. Paul is also going to be absent. Cody?
Yeah.
Zach? Zach was here. There he is. He's coming back. Bonnie will be absent. Hey, Zach, just taking attendance.
I am here.
All right, awesome. And I am here. Okay. Mike, are you with us yet? Let's give Mike a minute. All right. Hi, Mike. You with us?
With you.
Right. We already took attendance. We
All
have
right.
just about a quorum.
Just about?
Yeah, we do. We do have a quorum.
Okay.
It's very close. All right, so do we want to, so the document you sent us with the comparison budgets,
Yeah,
should we just go page by page with that one?
I would.
Okay. 51 pages. We can do it.
All right.
Right.
So, on this page, for select board, there's a salary adjustment under the 4 million. And, under the, 6.5 million, there's no changes. So, personal services changed $705. And then expenses increased on office supplies and telephone. And then that's it on that. On town manager.
Does anyone have questions about the select board budget with the 4 million override and 6 million override?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Zach.
just a quick overview, Mike, because to be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to go through this line item by line item. Is this assuming we are spending every dime we're getting? So if you got 4 million, you're spending 4 million. If you got 6.2, you're spending 6.2?
I can tell you that under the 6.2, definitely not.
Are you not required to spend it under the override rules?
Under the rules, no, you're not required to
No.
spend it.
Town council mentioned that at the joint meeting, Zach.
Yeah, I thought Mike mentioned that to you at one of the select board meetings I was at, but maybe I misunderstood.
And it's always there for the next year. If you have to go up to the full levy limit, you can. This under 4 million, it's there's $15,630 remaining.
So,
And
okay,
yeah.
Mike, I'm looking at the revenues and expenditure sheets you sent.
Yeah.
And for the 4 million, it says 11,397 surplus. Am I not reading that correctly?
You could be. I may be looking at an old sheet.
This is the one you sent for today's meeting.
Okay.
And then the 6 million, there would be a $93,723
Yeah, correct.
surplus, but so why wouldn't these monies be appropriated to the budgets though? Like, why would there be a surplus?
Well, I know, on the town side, when we get to the 6.5 million, I couldn't find any, anywhere else, to be honest with you, to put some of the money, so.
What about for police, fire, the schools? I'm sure that's still.
They were all under 4 million, police, fire, the public health nurse, highway, and, COA and the veterans agent, they were all restored.
What about the schools though? I'm sure the 4 million I know wasn't covering.
4 million, yeah, the schools under the 4 million is 36,943,732.
But possibly that surplus could go into that budget.
Correct, yep.
Anyone else have questions on an overview or the specific select board budgets right now?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
I don't want to get too far in the weeds or too far ahead of ourselves, but have you given a thought, Mike, if you, and kind of to what I talked about the other night, if you spend all this and then all these positions are restored and we get into April of next year, you know, we're probably going to have roughly a 3%, you know, increase to all of it. Are we back to the same old game of, okay, what are we cutting this year?
With 3%, I figured that's where I was looking at for the future, 3% every year. I think we'd be okay.
But we've never done that. We've never
On the town side.
Okay. I mean, as long as I've been here, we're always exceeding 3%.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if the schools came back with 8%, 9%, 10%, whatever that number is, we're back to cuts.
Yeah.
So Zach, from what I've seen, you know, going through this whole budget season, Dr. O'Neill and Christine and the school committee, they've really had to closely look at things and become creative. And I think any kind of extras or, you know, different things have had to be cut. And if they were to get any kind of override money, I think that going forward, they would just continue to be as fiscally responsible as they possibly can to make it work. I don't know.
She also indicated that she wasn't willing to spend all the money. She was willing to hold some back because she knew, like on the last meeting, that she knew.
Yeah, not restoring everything, yeah.
So, because she knew next year, she's come back to the taxpayers, people are gonna be coming out of this skin. So,
Yeah.
you know, I just, again, we're getting way out in the weeds, but, everybody should have that in the back of their mind.
Yeah, definitely. All right, any questions? No question on the select board. Let's move on to town manager.
Madam Chair, just before we move on that,
Sure.
is there a reason, on like office supplies, that's just funding it back to the original request?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Joe?
just, this is not a question, but, just for the sake of clarity, up at the top, Mike, I think one of the headings actually said fiscal year 23. Column F.
Yeah. Okay,
Just to avoid confusion, we should fix that.
Thank you.
Mike, so what I'm looking at, I just printed what was emailed to us and mine says FY 2025. So are you looking at something different than what was emailed to us?
Let me,
Yeah, I have right in front of me. It says 2025.
Madam Chair, and while he's doing that, is this assuming spending free cash too, or is this leaving free cash alone, Mike?
both the overrides, no free cash.
So we would have a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Bill.
So to Zach's point, the 1,200,000 in free cash that's part of the 1% is not part of the overrides?
no,
No, it's not part of it, or
it's not part of it. No free cash if we went to the overrides.
thank you.
And Madam Chair, one more quick one.
Sure.
Are these budgets that we're passing, if an override passes, are these etched in stone, or does it go back through? Are these gonna be appropriated at town meeting, or I know we're kind of just one night blasting through these. What is the process, so I understand? These are etched in stone?
So what, the process would be at town meeting, you'd approve a budget based, like you always do, salaries and expense, and those would be etched in stone.
So I wanted to talk through the finance committee's motion for town meeting and what that would look like, and more of the details of the logistics of all of that. I wanted to talk about that tonight. I was hoping maybe we could go through the budgets first and then have that discussion.
Okay,
But if we want to have the discussion first, we can do that. I had many questions. Mike, obviously I sent you the questions today to see if we could get some response from legal. But does everyone want to just go through the budgets first and do our recommendations? Because it's going to take us a while to go through all of these budgets and vote. And I think no matter what, we do have to go through these budgets and do our recommendations.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
and I glanced at them earlier today, but didn't put them to memory. If a budget doesn't change, can we skip it? Because we've already approved it.
So I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Madam
Mike,
Chair.
would we have to vote on every single one?
Or just the ones that change?
Yeah.
I thought we're essentially like making a recommendation on 1%, making a recommendation on the 4 million, which would include the ones that haven't changed. So we still have to vote on them because even though they haven't changed, but it would be like a sub-note. So we've got the finance committee charges and expenditures is 320 on all three versions.
Yes, I think
Still have to say
Cody's right, yeah.
320 for that, yeah.
If we didn't put our recommendations, if we end up adopting that, for instance, $4 million override budget, it needs to have our recommendations in there. So yeah, we would, even the ones that aren't changing. That makes sense.
If we made an internal motion to just say, if it hasn't changed, we're good with it, then that saves the whole time.
Legally, can we do that, Mike?
yeah, and when we do the budgets, all three would have all the numbers in them. But you're fine tonight doing that. And I did get an opinion from council that I can share with you whenever you want to do that.
When we get to that discussion, it's gonna be a heavy one.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so, want to go back to sharing the screen,
Back.
and we could maybe do it like the page by page, like we did
Okay.
last time?
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
So can we, do we have to make the motion and move the recommendation based on the 4 million override and then the 6 million, or can we make a recommendation as presented per the sheet on all three? I feel like it would probably be clear. We've already done the 1%.
Right.
I just feel like it would probably be clear to say the 4 million, make that recommendation, the 6.5 million, make that recommendation. I think we're probably going to end up renaming it at some point, but
I think you can do that.
Yeah.
So just so I'm clear, Cody, you're saying that we'd have a vote for the 4 million and a vote for the 6 million, or we lump them together?
I think if we end up like on the 4 million, let's say we move something, the 6.5 million likely would move that. But if we changed anything on the 4 million, likely it would change on the 6.5. But there may be some things on the 4 million that we don't change that we may change on the 6.5. If that makes sense. So like when you got 2.5 more million that you're looking at, you can look at, reallocating it based upon, you've got some room to play with. Versus the 4 million, it's going to be pretty close. I've got a couple of things that I've kind of earmarked when we get to them. But this page, I have nothing on this one. I'd be happy to vote on this one.
So could the motion be, that the finance committee recommends, $1,905 for the select board budget for a 4 million override and $1,905 for the 6 million override budget for select board? Is that how the motion can be read? And that's how we can vote?
Or you could do what was suggested, just approve the page as presented.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Zach,
Go
do you
ahead.
have a question?
Yes. I've been giving this a lot of thought. We're the finance committee and we make recommendations to the town. That's all we do. We're powerless to do anything else. We are now making 3 recommendations to the town, confusing them even more. We're supposed to be the independent voice of the town. What would happen if we picked one of these budgets and said, we're only going to recommend one, we're going to take the 6, and we're not going to vote on, let's say we're not going to vote on the 4 million at all.
So
What happens?
Zach, yes. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with everyone tonight, is what our
Well, if that's the
options
case,
are
we should
for
talk
the
about it
motion.
first.
Okay, if we can get to it first then. So my first question to you, Mike, though, would be based on the vote that the select board made at our last joint meeting where they voted to have 3 budgets presented.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that our hands are tied, that we have to go through and recommend all 3 budgets?
Not necessarily. No, you can do whatever you want as a finance committee. If you don't want to recommend 3 budgets, you could have no recommendation. Say you wanted to go with a 1% and a 4 million override. You could have no recommendations on the 6 million, it says 6 million, but it's actually 6.5. You could make no recommendations for the 6.5 million. Someone else would have to do that.
Okay, so, because it all depends on what, from what I understand, it all depends on the motion that I make, that we've decided on the night of town meeting. So in that motion, we have options. We can make a motion to recommend, one of the override budgets and the 1% budget. And then the townspeople will vote yes or no. And then the override budget would then have to be put on a ballot voted by the select board at a later date. And then if the override budget does not pass, then the 1% budget becomes our budget.
Right. So,
Or we could just recommend and move on the town floor 1 budget. We could pick one.
right. So can you see Lauren's email? Am I sharing that now?
Not seeing that. I'm still seeing the budget.
Okay, let me,
So just to go, but from what I understand too, if we recommend, say we recommend one of the override budgets, that passes at town meeting,
Mhm.
select board puts it on a ballot, fails at the ballot, there would have to be another special town meeting for us to recommend and the town to approve that 1% budget,
Correct.
correct?
Madam Chair,
Yes, James.
you would be recommending the 1% budget, and that would be approved at town meeting. If the $4 million and the $6.5 million override fails, the 1% budget becomes the budget. So we don't have to go back to another town meeting.
But we could choose to not do that though, James, correct? We could choose as a finance committee to just move one of the override budgets and not recommend or move the 1% budget.
Technically, you could do that. Yes, that's right. And someone can also get up on the floor and make a motion to go against that
Yeah.
recommendation.
They can.
Yeah. I mean, I think, well, I shouldn't say anything. I'm sorry.
But yeah, there is the whole way we could do it where it would be a contingent, you know. This budget, we recommend contingent that it passes at the ballot. If not, then the 1% budget. We could do both. Or all three.
Right. And as Lauren says in her email, the main motion can include all three budgets, with the finance committee indicating its support for a particular budget.
So for one article, there's three motions,
Right.
potentially.
Yep.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Zach.
I have been approached by, I'm sure you guys have as well, by people that don't even understand what's going on. My neighbors here that are not involved every day in the politics. Well, if you're gonna 4, why do you need a 6? Why, what do we, you know, like, this is really crazy. I mean, people don't understand it. You're just gonna cause confusion, and to be honest with you, in my personal view, I don't think anything gets done because people are not glued into, like we are here, budgets every day. People have their own lives, they run around with their kids. I would go, I agree with you. I would pick one budget and go with it. And I would also ask, I was planning, I'm gonna try to attend the select board meeting tomorrow night and
I am
ask
as
them,
well.
whatever you guys, whatever is agreed to here, pick one budget, take it up, take everything, put the 1% and whatever number you want on the ballot, end the confusion and say, this is what it is. Because there's multiple choice. I still don't, even to today, I still don't understand how the ballot would even work. I don't, 30 people vote for 6.5, 30 people vote for 4, 40 people vote for no. Does it pass or doesn't it? I have no idea.
From what I understand, if the two override budgets get put on the ballot, it would be, do you want a $6.5 million override? Yes or no? Do you want a $4 million override? Yes or no? And whatever gets the most yeses?
Well, I mean, if that's,
Can
if that's the,
Madam Chair?
Yeah,
okay,
Yeah, that's not the way it works. So,
no, okay.
even more confusion.
Even when I think I understand, I don't.
I don't
It's happened to
understand
me
it.
all day today.
so for example, if both passed and the 4 million had more votes than the 6.5 million, it doesn't matter. If both pass, no matter what the difference is, whichever is the higher amount is the override.
Okay.
So if 2,000 people vote for the 6.5 million and 1,500 vote for and 2,500 vote for the 4 million, even though the 4 million got more votes, it's the higher one.
Then it makes absolutely zero sense to put two on the ballot, because your vote doesn't matter at that point. It makes zero sense. Pick a number and go with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how that doesn't even sound legal, Mike, but if that's the legal advice you got, that doesn't, I would figure it was resort to a lower number, but you know, again,
That's
this is
right.
way too.
That's right in the guidelines on the overrides.
Yeah. Cody, or I don't know which one of you were first.
I really don't understand what is so confusing about this. It's very clear. There are three options. We make a recommendation at a 1% budget. That is the money we have without an override. So that we have to have a recommendation on that. We've already made our recommendation. That's going to be what's in the warrant. The $4 million option, we're saying, if you approve a $4 million option, like we would recommend, we've gone through it line by line. We're making a recommendation. If a 4 million passes, here's the recommendation that we are making. It still has to pass the vote, yes or no. If it passes with a yes, here's your budget at 4 million. 6.5 million, here's the differences between the 1% or the 4 million. We have to make a recommendation on that. We're going to go through it line by line, sort it all out, and then the people literally get to decide, do you want all the cuts? Do you want to save some of the positions? Do you want to save all of the positions? It's three choices. It's not that complex. It's not that difficult. We don't need to make it more difficult than it is. It's going to be a little confusing having people that have never attended a town hall or town meeting show up, but I think it's pretty clear when you have a side by side to say this budget at this department means these many cuts. You add 4 million to the overall budget, these are the positions that are saved. You add 6.5 million to the overall budget, these are the positions that are saved. It's very simple. The ballot is then two questions. Do you want a 6.5? Yes or no? Do you want a 4 million? Yes or no? There's no guarantee that either one is going to pass. If 6.5 million passes, then it passes as if it was the only question. If 4 million passes and 6.5 fails, then 4 million passes. It's literally.
So on the ballot though, I think that the select board can pick one though to put on the ballot. They don't have
Right, but why would they do that? If you're going to town meeting, this is about transparency.
Depends on what
Everybody's
gets
talking about
chosen at town meeting. What would get chosen at, like, if more people want the 4 million override or more people want the 6.5, wouldn't the select board want to choose the one that most people supported at town meeting?
In my mind, if both of them pass at town meeting, then again, transparency and the will of the people, it is a democracy, and if both options pass, then the ballot should show both options.
And just one
To me, it's
option
incumbent
pass?
upon the elected officials to act in the interest of the people that voted for them, that they are elected to serve. If the people show up and say, I'd like to see an option at 4 million and have a vote on it, I'd like to see an option at 6.5 million and vote on it.
How can
that's
more
it.
than one
Why would they
option
select
pass?
one?
Wouldn't one get more votes than the other two? How can more
But if
than
you
one
have-
option pass? That's what I don't understand.
But let's say we're lucky and we get 5,000 people show up. 2,501 people vote yes on 6.5 million. That's a majority, that wins 6.5 million. And let's say 2,600 people vote yes on the 4 million. Why are we allowing 99 people to say, no, we'll go with the lower number? The majority voted yes on the higher number wins. It's just the way it is. There's no guarantee that that's going to happen because there may be people that say, I'm good at 4 million. I don't want the extra at 6.5, so I'll vote no on that. So you can vote yes on 4 million and no on 6.5.
Okay, so going back to the 1% budget though, there's nothing that says that we have to recommend or move that budget at all. It's not in the warrant yet. The warrant's not posted till Monday. we
It
can,
just, if we didn't do a vote at town meeting on the 1%, and let's say both of them get on the ballot, 4 and 6.5, if both of those fail, then
we have to have a
we'd have to
special
come
town
back
meeting.
to town meeting and vote on the 1.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
yes, Joe.
just a point of order that Kevin Bouguet is now here. I don't know what time he arrived.
Okay, thank you. Bill, you had a question next.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to go with this, but, so we've already gone through the pain of the 1%.
We'd need that budget in the end anyway. Possibly, hopefully.
But we've already gone through that pain. So I guess I'm a little unclear why I have to go through the pain again of 51 pages of 4 million and 6.5 million. 4 million gets me back all the personnel from the town side that was cut, correct?
Yes.
So that brings me back my overtime in police and fire and any of the positions that either were not filled and we weren't gonna fill at 1%. Now we're gonna put them in the budget and try to fill them. So then at the 6.5 million town side, I'm just getting more fluff, more in the expenditures.
Yeah, it would be more in expenditures, areas that may have money being turned back into free cash at the end of the year.
Okay. But on the school side, the 4 million does not bring me back 29 positions. How many does it bring me back?
I'm not sure.
And then at the 6.5 million, how many does that
Gave
bring me
us
back?
the joint meeting, but I'd have to look for it.
Because I could be in the minority here. I don't feel like spending 3 hours going line by line. I'm at the 4 million, I need to see what isn't happening at the schools. And at the 6.5 million, again, do the schools get what they needed? Because we already know the town is all set there. But where are the schools? And that, versus line by line, that's kind of where the big decisions are. And no offense to Cody, we could be here all night trying to say, oh, if we take 2 million from here and put it there, I don't think I'd even attempt that. That's my personal opinion.
So, Bill, in order for us to move these budgets in the article, though, we have to go through them, these override budgets.
But it would be a lot quicker versus diving into the minutia, which we've already dived into in the 1%er because we saw everything that was taken away. So, that's just me.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Zach.
Under the scenario that Mike just put forward, does anybody realize that it's virtually impossible for a 4% budget to pass? If 500 people vote no, 2,000 people vote for a $4 million budget, and one votes for a $6.5 million budget, it resorts to the highest number. So it is impossible. That's the scenario Mike laid out.
That's on the ballot.
On the ballot, not
ballot.
a town meeting.
Well, that's where it's gonna go down on the ballot. So
I-
we're
no,
on the
no.
ballot.
We have to deal with town meeting, because that's what.
There has to be more yes than no votes on both of them.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
James.
let me see if this can help clarify that a little bit. At the ballot, there will be the questions for the 4 million and the 6.5 million. Everyone that's willing to vote yes for the 6.5 million will vote yes for the 4 million also. Not everyone that votes for the 4 will vote for the 6.5. So it is known that the 4 will get more votes in the positive than the 6.5, but it only requires a majority. So if the majority of the people are willing to do the 6.5, that's what's going to go through. They're not competing necessarily against each other. It's just whoever gets, whichever higher figure passes at the ballot is the one we go with. The reason being that everyone who votes for the 6.5 is also willing to get a $4 million override if the 6.5 fails, but not the other way around for the people that are willing to vote for the 4 and not the 6.5.
you agree with that, Mike?
That does make sense, yeah. But so as I said, Zach, you need more yes votes than no votes on both of them. And it doesn't matter which one, if they both pass, it doesn't matter which one got the more yes votes. If they both pass, it's 6.5 million.
That goes back to my scenario. If 500 people vote no, 2,000 people vote 4 million, one person votes 6 million, it's a 6 million override based on the scenario you just laid out.
They're separate questions.
No, they're separate questions. So all I'm saying, if 500 people vote yes and on 4 million and 200 people vote no, if it goes, and then on the 6 million, if 499 people vote yes, it's under what was the yes votes for the 4 million, but the 6 million will still pass. It'll be the 6
That's the
million.
same exact scenario I just laid out.
I was confused by you saying if one person votes for
It's 499 or 1, it's the same thing. It doesn't, again, doesn't make sense.
Let's say, Zach, you have the ballot in front of you, and there are two questions. Question number 1, do you want a $4 million override? And you say yes. That counts as a 1 yes for the 4 million. Question number 2, do you want a $6.5 million override? And you also say yes. Now they're tied. Then Mike comes in and says yes on the 4 and no on the 6. Right now, the 4 is winning, but it's the same, it's the same votes. I don't know how to explain it better, but
Yeah, I understand this, but this is way too confusing. Some people in town only want 6.5 million and nothing, and they're gonna vote, do you want a 6.5 million override? Yes. Do you want a 4 million override? Absolutely not, because it doesn't fully fund everything. So, Madam Chair, I would ask that this committee take a vote on if we're gonna recommend one budget of 3 before we waste our time moving to the next step.
And I would, if I could, Madam Chair, I'd say
Yes,
at least recommend 2, the 1% and
I agree with that.
that's an option, yes. There is another option though, like I mentioned, to only recommend one budget and then have to do a special town meeting. But it is an option, if this is what we really want as a committee. Cody, you still have your hand up. Do you have a question again, or did you just leave it up?
Yeah, the point of the 3 is to give people the option to determine. If you only give people a $6.5 million option, some of them are going to say, but there's a lot of fat in that, and I don't necessarily agree with it. If you only give them a $4 million option, some of them are gonna say, but that doesn't save all the things that I wanna save. And the only way I can save all the things I wanna save is with the 6.5. So the whole point here is we don't have an option in front of us that saves everything with no fact. And so my suggestion here is, Mike has admitted that the 6.5 has fluff. We can go through, we can pretty much agree that the 4 million doesn't have fluff. It gets us most of the way there, but not all the way there. I say we can go through the 4 million quickly because it's pretty much the same across the board as the 1%. There's a couple of line items that I've identified as I don't know why they changed the way that they did. We can ask a couple of questions. We can maybe reallocate depending on the discussion there. And then for the $6.5 million option, there is nothing saying we have to do a $6.5 million option. We can literally pare that down and say, no fluff. Why was that increased? That's the job of Finance Committee to review it and say, no, we are not going to recommend that. We're going to go against whatever that number is. We're going to cut it out. And then the recommendation, let's say we shave $500,000 off of it. Now it's a $6 million override option instead of a 6.5. That's the whole point here is we've already approved the 1%. We don't have to talk about those things unless there's fluff or changes within any one of those options where we would say, for instance, what do you call it? The reserve fund. We already talked about reserve fund and we set it 100,000. Why is it back at 150? I would rather take that 150 and put it somewhere that's actually more meaningful. And on the 6.5, it's at 250. Why the hell is it at 250? We don't need it. Put it somewhere more meaningful or cut it. Like that's what we need to do.
Okay.
It's pretty simple. About half of the stuff has already been approved on the 4 million. And then when we get to the 6.5, it's basically everything we've already talked about at the 4 million and just figuring out where we can make additional cuts so that it's not such a big number.
That was helpful, Cody. Thank you. Joe?
Yes, so, my personal opinion is that we should recommend at least 2 of the budgets. The reason for that, I say, or my opinion of that is the Finance Committee is not supposed to be a political body. I believe personally that recommending only an override budget is a political statement, and I would not be in favor of that.
Okay.
Just further to that, Joe, I would say that only recommending one override option when it's been discussed in joint meetings and put out to the public, there are going to be 3 options, is the same thing. I don't making it a political and saying all or nothing, people, or we're not going to give you an option for all. We're not going to recommend it. Like that's what we're here to do. I don't think it'll necessarily take the full 3 hours, other than we just spent 45 minutes talking about this.
This is what I was gonna do at the end, so no, it saves 45 minutes. All right, let's get going then. Any other questions on the confusion of all of this before we start the recommendations?
Are we gonna take a vote, Ms. Madam Chair, if we're gonna recommend 2 budgets or 3?
Do we have to do that right now? Should we?
Well, we should. It will save a lot of time going through another budget that is not gonna be recommended.
So, but we
Yeah,
haven't gone through the budgets to vote yet.
Yeah,
I don't-
we still have to go through them to then decide which of the 2 we want, so.
Well, no, I think that plan is to still present 3, but we need to go through them for any possible changes in the recommendations from us, from what's being presented tonight from Mike.
Right, we have to go through both. We did the 1%, or the 1%. We need to go through the other 2.
Yes. Okay,
I'm still confused. Are we recommending 2 budgets or 3?
it sounds like 3 would be the correct way to move forward, to be able to give all of the voters all of the information
Can
we
we,
would need.
can we take a vote on that before we get into it?
That we are going to have three motions in this article for three budgets. Would that be the vote? Mike, I just want to make sure we'd be voting on the correct way.
I would first say, are you gonna recommend three budgets? And I would do it at town meeting. That's something you and I can discuss with town council later, the best way to do that. You know, as she said, could be one motion, but I guess what she's looking for is final direction, so.
I think Zach is wondering if we as a finance committee right now need to vote that we will be presenting that at town meeting, three budgets in that article.
I think that's right, yeah. If you would have to make that decision.
Okay, and the chair would entertain a motion that we will recommend three budgets.
Bill
at town
has his
meeting.
hand up, Madam Chair.
Bill, sorry.
Again, I think we need to go through the 4 million and the 6 million, get to the painful end, and then at that point, we can decide 1, 2, or 3. I don't think we can do it ahead of time because we haven't gone through them. So we have to go through the pain of getting through them to then be able to make that decision. Is it 1, 4, and 6.5? Is it 1 and 4? Is it 1 and 6.5? Is it just 1?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling that same way, Bill, that I feel like I need to see this all first and go through it and have the discussions. But Zach is feeling like we should vote on our willingness to present three budgets prior to going through them.
Well,
I'm not voting on the actual budgets themselves.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
the question is, do we want to fully fund the budget or not? That's the only thing we're voting for. We still have to go through the details of it, but in basic, $4 million not going to fully fund your budget. 6.5 will. What do you want to do? And then we can get into the details. If you want to go through all of it, we can do it at the end. But if we're going to recommend, we already recommended the 1%. If we're going to recommend, say, the 6%.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody.
I think it's misleading to say fully fund your budget is not gonna happen at 4 million. It would be fully funded, it would be fully funded with certain cuts and not others. And that's the point here. You know, the $4 million budget essentially has no cuts to police and fire, but has cuts to schools and has cuts to council on aging, has cuts, like, that's what we're trying to sort out. How many cuts are being made at the 4 million? Basically, police and fire are saved. Schools are not entirely saved, but are mostly saved, and still end up with a situation where we're looking at cuts year over year if we don't get enough of an increase because of Prop 2.5. The $6.5 million option, we literally have to work through all that because that's the we keep everything, and there are benefits that are added to that option that we don't currently have. And that we've got to get into what that actually means. And we have to go through that line by line and eliminate the things that we say, I don't think that's necessary. I think we can probably cut that. I recommend that we move that out. That's the whole point here.
Bill.
Madam Chair, I recommend we vote for 3 budgets to get this moving.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we are going to be recommending 3 budgets at town meeting. Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yeah.
Joe. Joe, I didn't hear you.
Because I'm on mute, yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
You already know the answer, but no.
okay. And I am a yes. So 6 yes, 1 no. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, Joe.
Just a reminder, I have to drop in about 5 minutes, but I believe you'll still have a quorum.
Okay, Bill, can you assume the role of vice chair for the rest of the night? Please.
I'll do my best.
Okay,
I
Here we
will
go.
come back if you guys are still on when.
we're gonna still be on for till tomorrow, probably. We'll be here.
Okay,
Can we move the
Put to
sheet?
sleep. Okay, so we're gonna do select board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Joe.
I make a motion that we accept the select board budget as presented on this sheet.
Second,
Okay, a motion and a second for the select board budget, both the 4 million override and 6.5 million override budgets. Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy? Yes. Joe,
Yes.
Bill,
yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No,
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no. Okay.
Um, this is town manager, so, salary adjustments, and then in the expenses, the largest increases are restoring under the 4 million contracted services back to 28,000. And then, in the 6.5 million, increasing that, to 40,000.
Anyone have questions on this town manager, the two budgets?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
Mike, what is contracted services cover?
Yep, that's what we use for HR services. If we have to hire consultants to help us with any grants, or if we have to hire engineers to work on any project that we have ongoing, it would all come out of that.
And what are we anticipating next year that at 4 million is 28,000, but at 6 million or 6.5,
Mhm.
you know, we're like, you know, going gung ho on
Yeah.
something. What is that something?
That is something that I just put the extra in there so that, you know, I know Jared had talked about different issues that he has. We're going to see, for example, we're going to see a site tomorrow where people have flooding coming off the road into their yard. We've had a few of those this year, and we'd have to hire an engineer to design something so we could improve the drainage in that area.
And that's something you'd only be able to do if we passed the $6.5 million override?
Yeah, because we don't have anywhere else, you know, where we'd be able to take care of the engineering services for that.
And that wouldn't fall under highway?
Well, we keep it here so that if we need more HR services or grant writing, all of it comes out of this to have better control of it.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
So something that's dropped off of these comparisons is the 2023 expended, the 2024 appropriated transferred, and the original 25 department request.
A request, yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, so, first of all, the personnel services, the 2025 department request was 315,705. I don't know why this is now 318,455. I would recommend that we remove that excess and go back to the original department request of 315,705 and keep it there.
And Madam Chair, I can explain that.
Okay, go ahead.
So, after we submitted all our budgets back in December, we had a salary survey done, which you may have, I think you may have gotten a copy of that. And in the salary survey, there were 5 positions that are under where they should be based on the salary survey. And so as we go through the budgets, I'll be going over that. So what we're proposing to do is, so like in this budget, the office salary, is 13,000 under where it should be in the salary survey. So what my recommendation was over 4 years would increase the base each year over 4 years to catch up. And then there's 4 other positions that 3 of them will be 3 years and another one it will be 4 years as we go along.
In that case, I would say since the 4 million doesn't fully fund all departments, that we keep it at the original request at 315,705, and it only goes up to 318,455 under the 6.5 million option.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
And then if I can continue on that same line of thought, the same thing with the charges and expenditures under town manager. Under 2023, the amount expended was 14,857. In 2022, it was 19,510. The carryover appropriated and transferred from the current term was 43,850. That was the department request. The recommendation under 1% being the 22,500. I think this is fluff. I think that there's probably no need to carry the 43,850, considering the past 3 years we've not expended that. So I would recommend we just hold that at 22,500.
Yep, that makes sense.
So, and if I can just bring up, those years that money isn't expended, remember it goes back as free cash. So keep that in mind as you go through these budgets that, just because 1 year we didn't have to use some of the money, once it goes into other budgets, it'll be gone forever. And then you'll have 3-4% on that next year and not be able to make it. So.
Has there ever been a year that we've approached anywhere near that 43,850? Because based on the past 3 years, we've come nowhere near it.
No, we haven't.
Then I would still submit that we keep that at 22,500. I don't think we need to pass an override to load up on free cash for stuff that we're not spending. I think we stay fiscally conservative on this. And if we're passing an override, it's not passing it so that we can load up our free cash at the end of the year.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments on the town manager budgets?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
can I rescind my taking Joe's spot right now? Because you guys are making this super difficult. But let me give this a whirl.
I can give you the number if you want.
Okay, hold on a sec. So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I propose we recommend the town manager under the $4 million scenario. Personnel services 510, $315,705. And under charges and expenditures 570, $22,500. And
You want the total? 338,205.
for a total of
205.
$338,205. And I can stop there or I can jump to the 6. What your preference?
I think we could do the 6 too.
Okay, and under the $6.5 million override scenario, personnel services 510, $318,455, and under charges and expenditures 570. Was that again 22,500?
500.
For a total of $340,955.
As Cody said.
340,955, right, Cody?
Yes,
Okay,
second,
that was the motion, second, okay. Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yeah.
Joe has left the building, Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
yes,
Zach,
I'm a no, but question, if we made changes, I thought we'd have to vote on it line item by line item. Is that not the way I understand the procedure?
No, you can just do salaries and expense.
Okay, I'm still no.
I am a yes, 5 yes, 1 no. Okay. Next.
Madam Chair, I think this is why it may make sense on the 4 million and 6.5 that we want to talk about voting individually on them. Bill, I promise there's only a couple of these where I've done this. So. But if it comes down to it and we want to have individual discussions between the 4 and the 6.5, we may have to split those votes.
Okay, yeah, we can deal with it, I guess, case by case. That makes sense. All right, this one's complicated. Let's do this one.
All right. That's just restoring it back to the requested 2,000.
Under the 6.5 million, but the 4 million, it would stay the same.
Under 4 million, it would go to 2,000, and at 6 million, it would still stay 2,000.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. Anyone have questions on this one? Or I'll entertain a motion to recommend the finance committee budgets.
Madam Chair,
All right, Bill.
I propose we recommend under the $4 million override, Finance Committee, 131 part-time wages in the amount of 2,000. Charges and
We can move the page, Bill.
okay.
As
We did on the first.
written.
I propose we recommend the Finance Committee 131 account under the 4 million and the 6 million as written. Madam Chair, my hesitation is, and this isn't a dig on anybody, but as we saw earlier, you know, so many versions are out there that's kind of why I was going through, here are the numbers that we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, good point.
It's not that I want to waste any more time.
No, that's a wonderful point.
Well,
So you made the motion, Cody, you second?
yeah, I'll second.
Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yeah.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes,
Zach,
No.
I am a yes, 5 yes, 1 no. Reserve fund.
Okay, next is reserve fund under 4 million. It would be $50,000, bringing the reserve fund back to what your reserve fund has been year over year, 150,000. And under the 6 million, it would be increasing it to 250,000. And as you figure your budgets have increased year over year and your reserve fund has never increased, it stands to reason as your budget gets bigger, your reserve fund would get bigger.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
Considering the lengthy discussion we had on this, on the 1% budget and the fact that we've never, once in the past have even approached 150,000, I would say that if we're doing anything on the 4 million, we don't necessarily need to go up to the 150, especially considering not all departments are fully funded at the 4 million option. So I would recommend that we move that 150 recommendation back to 100,000, and only under the 6.5 option do we bump it back up to 150.
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable with that recommendation as well. Anyone else have an opinion about that? Trace, you agree?
I do. Madam Chair,
Yes, Andy.
I just wanted to let you know I'm here for
I
votes.
saw. Yes, thank you. Happy to have you join.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Bill.
I propose we recommend, under 132 reserve fund, under the $4 million scenario, 100,000, and under the $6 million or $6.5 million scenario, 150,000.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Kevin,
Yes.
Trace,
Yes.
Lee? Sandy?
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. Bill,
Yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No,
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no for that one. Okay.
Next is accounting, under 4 million, restoring, everything to what was requested by the department in salaries and, part-time wages, and also, expenses, slight increases, $150 in 2 line items. And under the 6.5 million, no change from the 4 million.
Anyone have questions or comments on this one? The 4 million matches the department request for 2025. So does the 6 million.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Bill.
I propose we recommend under personnel services, 510 for accounting, under either the 4 or the 6.5 million, $255,085. Annual audit, 520. Under 4 or 6.5, it will be 30,000. And charges and expenditures, 570 under 4 or the 6.5 million choice, $3,420.
Second.
Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes. Yes.
Bill,
Yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
no,
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no. Okay.
Next is assessors. Salaries stay the same, and under the 4 million, would be increasing her expense line items back to, the requested, and that is $6,600. And then, in the 6.5 million, increasing, her expense line item again, up to $45,480.
Anyone have questions on this one?
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Sure.
I just noticed that neither one of those were at the original budget, request for the department. Is that gonna cause any issues?
No, should be, they've all been reviewed.
Okay, and then, it was under the assessors, right, that, we were using that separate account. And the other article is funding from free cash that we asked, eventually we pull that into the annual budget number.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
Mike,
Yeah.
under, the 1% and the 4, there's nothing under telephone communications, yet under the 6, there is. What's the difference?
That would be, adding a cell phones for when they're out in the field.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions or discussion. Chair would entertain a motion to recommend these budgets.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
I propose we recommend under assessors, 141, personnel services, 510, $230,405, which will be the same on $4 or $6.5 million override. And charges and expenditures, 570, which would be 44,780 under the $4 million override, and 45,480 under the $6.5 million override, for total expenditures of 275,185 for the $4 million override, and 275,885 for the $6.5 million override.
Second.
Motion and a second. Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach.
No.
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next is, treasurer collector. Under the 4 million, there's a salary adjustment due to that salary survey of $1,180 and one of the staff people. And then, the expenses increased them, from 57,000, from 51,331 to 57,285. And on the, 6.5 million, we increased the expenses to 60,690, by increasing, mainly office supplies, seminars and conferences, and data processing that was in her original request.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
So for the same reasons that we, reduced the town manager line item before under the 4 million, I'm gonna suggest we do the same thing here under the 4 million. And only keep the 295,323 for the 6.5 million option.
And the 4 million would be the 294, 142.
Yeah, 294, 143, I think was the 1% recommended.
Okay, any other
And
questions or
then-
comments? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then, the department request for charges and expenditures originally was 60,290. I know it's pennies, but I would recommend we just keep that at 60,290 instead of building in 400. I see that as flat. Wasn't in the original request. So that would be,
On the 6 million, right?
yeah, on the
Maybe that 400 was the telephone, the cell phone. So,
Yeah,
okay,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
yeah, Bill.
Mike, the only number I'm not fully understanding is how do banking services go up?
That was a request from the treasurer. It's been so long since I reviewed all the original ones. I'm trying to think of what banking services, why it went up. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
It's almost doubling. So I'm just trying to figure out in my head, the department has to run on any budget. So why all of a sudden in the override are we doing double something? But so if there are no more comments, so Cody, what were you adjusting?
Yeah, so under the 4 million, it would be 294,143 under personnel services, which was the same as the 1%.
Okay.
And if we want to make changes under that charges and expenditures, I would have the same question. I don't know necessarily why that would go up. Maybe more. I have no idea. I don't want to speculate. But if we want to keep the 1% budget, it's a difference of $6,000, but that's like a $2,700 difference between the 1% and the 4 million. So we can carve that back out or leave it. I'm fine either way. It was all underneath. So even at the 4 million, that 57,285 was under the original request at 60,290.
Okay.
So I was fine leaving it like that, and then so it would be 294,143 for personnel services and 57,285 for charges and expenditures, for a total of 351,428 for the 4 million option. And then under the 6.5 option, 295,323 for personnel services, and then reducing to the original request at 60,290 for a total of 355,613.
Can I second that?
Yeah,
There you go.
Well played, Bill. Well played.
okay, Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No,
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no. Legal.
Next is legal services. Under the 4 million, I increased it by 20,000 to 90,000, and under the 6.5, I increased it to 105,000. And I know you just did a reserve fund transfer recently for legal services, so,
Mhm.
I know we never know what it's gonna be at, but it seems like we're up in the over the $90,000 range every year.
And we typically have to supplement in the fall.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
or with reserve fund, yeah.
yeah, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
So again, what dropped off on this, so in 2022, the amount expended was 100,587. In 2023, it was 93,159. So I'm actually fine with both of these.
Yeah, same. Anyone else have any questions or disagree with these numbers? Okay, hearing nothing, Chair would entertain a motion to vote on the legal budgets.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
I propose we recommend, 151 legal services under the $4 million proposal, 90,000 for charges and expenditures for a total of 90,000, and under the $6.5 million override proposal, charges and expenditures to be 105,000 for a total of 105,000.
Second,
Okay, motion and a second. Kevin?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
yes,
Zach?
No.
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no. Data processing.
Under data processing, under the 4 million, we restored the salary, that we had reduced, for the part-time wages. And also, brought up the, equipment, repair maintenance up to, closer to what, was requested. And under the, 6.5 million, we restored professional services. We had reduced the, amount of hours from our consultant, MX Consulting. That restores it to the request, and it adds 36,000 for additional equipment.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
Mike, when we reduced the hours, from personnel services, didn't that increase the professional services because we were gonna have to basically outsource a lot of that work? So if we're bringing those hours back, shouldn't that go back down?
No, we cut both. We reduced the amount of hours of the staff person in-house, and we also reduced the amount of hours that we were receiving from the consulting firm.
Okay. Can I ask what the additional equipment would be and why that wouldn't go into a capital request or something like that?
It would just be any extra equipment that aged out computers or something.
I'm feeling extra, so I'm gonna recommend that we remove that line item from the 6.5 million option.
Madam Chair,
For the additional equipment, Cody?
Yeah, for removing striking the 36,000.
36,000.
Not something we carried, and it sounds like just finding a way to spend money or to allocate budget money that we don't necessarily need.
Madam Chair,
Yes, James.
that line item is used to buy computers for all departments within town hall when a computer goes bad. I can tell you my computer is at least 3.5 to 4 years old, and it could go any minute. It would be nice to be able to buy a new computer when it goes. So, just wanted to let everybody know that, that's what that money is used for. If it's not used, it goes back to town meeting. We don't have enough money in our individual budgets to buy our own computers. It has to be bought out of the data processing budget.
Okay. Kevin?
I was just gonna say the data point. In 2022, we did probably computers, spend $27,000 out of this account. And then it dropped to very little in 23 and 24.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it hits in 2-year cycles. I know a lot of IT things run in like 3 to 5 year depreciation cycles. It might be cyclical and it dropped off. I'm not sure.
Bill?
Yeah, to Kevin's point, I was gonna ask kind of the same question to Mike. Is there a kind of a timeline and a process that every so many years, so many computers get replaced? Or is it more, we hope we have money in the budget because if James's computer dies, we need to buy him one?
Uh,
That would be a reserve fund transfer, maybe.
I know Charlene and Adam recently went around looking at all the computers, and that's why this came about, because they mentioned that a lot of them were 3-4 years old and starting to age out.
But is there a formal process though that, every, the next year, so many computers are replaced?
Exactly. Yep.
The year after.
They try and stagger them. Yeah. So they're on.
Okay. And did will the increase in funding for professional services, wasn't that going down to like 2 days a week? So what does that bring it back up to?
It'll bring it back up to 4 days a week.
And the salary for the part-time wages
We'll
Does
bring
that-
her back to 4 days a week.
and silly question, are we sure that one or the other is on that 5th day?
Yes. Yeah.
So that, Friday, there's nothing type thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Cody, real quick, can I just ask
Yep.
something? I'm trying to remember, was this one of the positions that chose to go part-time, almost like semi-retired? So
Correct.
would she want or need, is there a need in this department to be restored to full-time, and would she want that?
No, yeah, it's not full-time. You only can work so many hours when you're retired, and that's what she had been doing, and this is just restoring it back to what she's doing this year.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Cody, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm satisfied with the explanation, and thank you, James, for mentioning that.
Okay, so for this one, there would be no changes to what we're seeing here, correct? All right,
Madam
Chair,
Chair?
I entertain a motion. Yes, Bill.
I suppose we recommend under 155 data processing, personnel services, 44,150, charges and expenditures, $368,271 for a total of $412,421, or $412,421 for the $4 million option. And for 510 personal services, 44,150, and 570 charges and expenditures, $423,010 for a total of $467,160 under the $6.5 million option.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Kevin?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
Nope.
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Tax title, no changes. Everyone agree?
Yep. Yeah, this is the same as the department request as well.
Yeah.
33,472. Anyone have questions on this one?
We still have to vote it, don't we?
We do.
Um,
Questions? Questions, the chair would entertain a motion to recommend.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Bill.
I propose we recommend under 158 tax title foreclosure, as proposed under either scenario, $33,472.
Second,
Okay, motion and second, Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
yes.
Zach,
No,
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no. Clerk.
Under town clerk, under the 4 million, this would restore the incentive pay, for certification that was, always there and in the budget every year. And then, this adds $225 to, dues and membership. And under the 6.5 million, it increases purchase of services and also increases seminars and conferences. So back to what was looked for, so that 2 people can go to conferences in the department, and dues and memberships increase to 25.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Cody.
So we know the town clerk is reducing down to a part-time, and that was accounted for in the budget, which is why it was held at 120,000. Is there any reason we would not build into the 6.5 budget the original department requested 161,646 in anticipation of
Possible, yeah.
we may not expend it, but we need to carry it in the budget because we're going to have to replace a full-time town clerk at some point.
You could do that.
And then at the same time, the original department request was only $7,000 under the charges and expenditures. What was carried forward from the current budget year was $10,150. Is there a need to bump that to $12,100, or can we keep that at the department request at $7,000?
My recommendation was the seminars and conferences. I think it's important we have an assistant in there that, hopefully is learning more and becoming, trained, and will have to go to conferences. So that's why I increased that. So.
Is the big line item there, the big increase was the purchases of services.
Yeah, that could be reduced.
So can we keep that at 2,900?
Yeah.
So do some quick math, hang on. So that was just 5,100 coming off.
We'd be reducing
That would
the
change.
expenditures by 7,000, or it would be reduced to 7,000.
It would go, yeah, it would be reduced to 7,000.
For the 6 million override.
Right? No, it would go, yeah, it would go down to. Let me just do the mathematics. 2,900. Yeah, 7,000. Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions or comments on that, on the change to the expenditure line item? And the salary one would, for the
I
6
can
million
take
would
this
get
one, Bill,
bumped
since
up
I've
to
got
the
the numbers.
request? Or did we decide that the salary would get bumped up for the 6 million to the request?
Everybody's good with that. I would, that was my suggestion, is that the 6.5, we at least build into the budget in anticipation that we're refilling that full-time position. And whether we extend it next year or not, that would be fine to build it in, because if Lucia gets fed up after November and he decides to hang it up for real, then
Or
we'd
after
have
our
to
town
backfill.
meeting in 2 weeks?
Right. So I've got the numbers and I can take this one, Bill, if everybody's good.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Zach.
Question, so the numbers have been changed. Is the intention here to recommend a fourth budget that's not 6.5 million? Are you gonna recommend 6.3, 6.2? I'm confused as to where this is going.
So, Madam Chair, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was never a full 6.5 anyways. It was always, I think it was 93,000 short, of 6.5 million. And all we're doing is cutting fat, that is not necessary, and, making sure that we're not over. So if it comes out to be $6,328,525, whatever that number is, like at the end of the day, that's going to be, the recommendation is not to build fat into a 6.5. It's to build to the services that are needed, and only the services that are needed, without building fat into that number. So, for good, I can make a motion. I make a motion that we recommend town clerk 161, personnel services 510, the amount of $121,433 under the $4 million override option, and charges and expenditures 570, an amount of $6,200 for a total of $127,633 for the $4 million option. And town clerk account 161, personnel services 510, in the amount of $161,646, and charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $7,000 for a total of $168,646 for the $6.5 million option.
I hate to tell you to say this, but could you just go over those numbers on the 6.5 million one more time?
6.5 million was $161,646. That was the original department request.
446.
646.
Okay.
And the charges and expenditures 7,000 for a total of 168,646. It's putting it back to the original department request of the 6.5 option.
Yep.
Okay, someone second?
Second?
All right, Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy? Yeah. Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No,
I'm a yes. 6 yes, 1 no.
Under elections, the only change here is under the 4 million, restoring the $700 that was requested under salary and wages for permanent position.
Madam Chair.
For this 6 million, you increased the expenditures
No, I didn't
of
change
the
it.
request.
It just under No, just under the 4 million, put the $700 back.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody.
I'm just curious what that 700 goes. to.
Yeah. It was something that I wasn't aware of. Under the state statute, the town clerk shall get a payment of $700. It's nice of the state,
Okay,
to run the elections.
fair enough. It's not enough, but fair enough.
Any other questions or comments on these budgets? Okay. Hearing none,
Madam Chair?
Recommend, yes.
I move to recommend under 162 election and registration, 510 personal services, $700, and charges and expenditures 570, 46,500 for a total of $47,200 in either the 4 million or the $6.5 million override option.
Second,
Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
yes.
Zach,
No,
and yes, 6 yes, 1 no. Conservation.
And conservation salaries stay the same in both scenarios. We're restoring money to the request for maintenance of the conservation areas, 5,200, and in professional services, 2,000. And then in the 6.5 million, I brought the maintenance of conservation areas to 14,000. I put the $600 back in under uniform and clothing allowance, and under professional services, increase that to 10,000. And
Madam Chair,
So for that conservation, the request was 24,750 for the department request, and the 6 million is a couple thousand more than that. So I would suggest that we would go back to the department request for that one.
I would agree with that.
Anyone else?
Bill, I can take this one since I've got the numbers. Good. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we recommend Conservation Commission, account 171, Personnel Services 510, in the amount of $148,999. And charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $21,250 for a total of $170,249 under the $4 million override option. And Conservation Commission, account 171, Personnel Services 510 in the amount of $148,999. And charges and expenditures 570 for the amount of $24,750 for a total of $173,749 under the $6.5 million override option.
Second?
Okay, motion and second. Kevin,
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
no,
and a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
under planning board, salaries stay the same. The only changes are under the $6.5 million request, adding $10,000 for engineering services, and the dues and membership, bringing that up to 1,000.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Bill.
Again, Mike, what is happening at the $6.5 million option that we all of a sudden need engineering?
I don't know what's gonna happen. It's just so that they have it there, if needed during the year.
Madam Chair.
Was it in their original budget?
We didn't even have a planner when we were, doing the original budget.
True.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
I'm just looking back at, again, the 2022 year, charge and expenditures was 1878. We did have a planner then. 2023 was 1607. 2024 was carried forward, was accounted or budgeted at 8525. I'm viewing this as well. So I would recommend that we strike that and reduce it down by 10,000.
By 10,000, or maybe the 2024 number, that 8,500 of what was expended.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted
6 million option.
yeah, I mean, the original department request was 3525.
That was before we had a planner, so.
Yeah,
I feel like for the 6 million, I'd be more comfortable with that 8525 number.
so you say
The 4 million
85,
at the department request.
just so carry forward the 8525 from the current.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Mike, was
kind of
that,
meet in the middle.
yeah, was that, essentially 5,000? Do you have last year's on that? Did we have 5,000 built in for engineering in the current term?
I think what the 5,000 was in that older budget was, for educational assistance.
Okay. Then I would go back and I would just say the 3525. I think if the engineering thing comes up and that's a one-off, it's not necessarily needed, it's built in as fluff in this budget, then that would be something we could address at fall town meeting on a free cash basis.
Yeah,
Because if it's not needed on an annual basis, that's where we should pull from free cash for it.
yeah, that makes sense.
So I can handle this one too, Bill. It's essentially the 1% numbers if you wanted to read those, but there'd be no change between 4 million and 6.5 on these budgets.
Before we vote, anyone have any other questions, comments on this one? Okay, hearing nothing. Take it away.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Bill.
I move we recommend for planning board, 175, personnel services, 510, $152,605. And for charges and expenditures, 570, $3,525, for a total of $156,130 for both the 4 million and the 6.5 million override options.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Kevin?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
And a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Bill?
can I ask a silly question? Is anybody keeping a running tally of? Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, we have it, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Southeastern Regional Planning, no change in either of the budgets.
Madam Chair.
yes, sorry, yes,
I move we recommend, account 176 Southeastern Regional Planning and Economic Development. I bet that's what that stands for. Assessment, $4,071 for a total of $4,071 in either the $4 million or the $6.5 million option.
Second,
Okay, motion and a second. Kevin?
Yes.
Sandy? Yes.
oh, sorry, Tracy,
Jeff?
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
yes.
Zach,
No,
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Zoning, Board of Appeals, no change.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sorry.
I move we recommend
Speak up.
account 177 zoning board of appeals. Office supplies in the amount of $300 for a total of $300 in either the 4 million or the $6.5 million option.
Second,
All right, motion second, Kevin,
Yes.
Jeff? Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Cody,
yes.
Zach,
no, but I do have a question about this after the vote.
sure. Go ahead.
Mike, how can this only be $300? Every time somebody asks for a, zoning change, all notifications come in the mail and all that other stuff.
This is just for any office supplies that they would need, stationery, things like that. Everything else would be covered under planning.
Thank you.
All right, did you vote though, Zach?
Yeah, I said no.
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Next is municipal building. Under the $4 million, bringing the purchase of services to 30,000 or $10,000 difference from the 1% budget, and electricity to 56,000 or $21,000 difference. Trash and garbage removal back to 14,000, $3,000 difference. Supplies increase of 1,000 to 3,000. And under charges and expenditures, 1,000 increase to 3,000, and miscellaneous expense 5,000 to 10,000. And then in the under the 6.5 million, repair, maintenance of office equipment, putting in 2,000. Under repair, maintenance of buildings, adding 10,000. Trash and garbage removal stays the same. And that is it. Oh, I'm sorry, under miscellaneous expense, going to 15,000.
So, Mike, maybe that's where the difference is from the request. It's about for the 6 million override, it's about a $5,500 increase
And
for those miscellaneous expenses, possibly. That could be where it is.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
I hate to ask. Of these increases for like maintenance and repair and electricity and whatever, how much is being allocated to the building we voted not to have? Still standing?
as I said, we're not going to be doing any maintenance or repairs on it. if it's gonna be torn down, so, would just be, in that building, it will just be maintaining a low level of heat until it's torn down, but other than that, there's no, maintenance, repairs, or electricity for that.
And when, as a taxpayer in this town, when do we find out either whether there's money in the current new town hall budget, or how much it's going to cost to tear it down?
Sandy, were you able to go to the meeting Monday night?
Sorry, no, I wasn't at Monday.
And for some reason they had a problem, so I wasn't able to get online. So I know it was a large part of that meeting, so I'm not sure of the final results on that, but I know that they're now looking at estimates, and I don't know what they have left to do that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
I'm just curious how, regardless of override and override, how we go from electricity 35,000 to 58,000, natural gas of 28,000 to 35,000. Are we not going to turn the lights on if we don't have an override? Is this, Cody's used the word fluff here quite a bit. I think this is probably a prime example.
Yeah,
I don't have the original requests in front of me, so I can't go back to tell you what those were.
But the electric
Yeah,
bill
the
is the electric bill. No matter what you do, it's the electric bill.
yeah. The original request was 223,500, but I mean, the way I look at it, I feel like for all three budgets, we should be looking at that $164,000 amount to
Madam
approve for
Chair.
all three budgets. That's the way I look at it. Cody?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say the same thing. Whether you have an override or not, I don't see how operating the buildings is gonna cost any more or less. There's not a lot of variability in there unless you're just gonna leave the lights on if you get an override and it's gonna increase the electricity because of it. So either it was drastically under budgeted, either the 1%, and we were gonna be scrambling to figure out because we were short year over year, or there's fluff in this. So I would prefer to go back to the original department request, which I've got the line items in front of me from the original, that adds up to the 223,500. But I don't know that we necessarily have to go line by line. Do we need to allocate line by line if we're changing these, Mike?
No, you can do the 223.
And is there a difference between I think we've cut more than 18.5 out of it right now if we were to take 223.5 for the 4 million or the $6.5 million option. I just don't want to get caught there by.
So Cody, you're proposing that we recommend the original department request of 223,500 for both override budgets.
I
was
don't.
suggesting we go with the 1% option for all three.
I don't know which was correct. I mean, these are things that were we going to have less trash? Were we going to use the lights less? Were we going to have the thermostat set at a lower number during the winter? Like, how exactly were we at 164? And if we were fine there at 164, do we really need the 223.5?
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Kevin?
Kevin.
I mean, just looking back again, electricity actuals, this account, like 21,2, 22,000 fiscal year 22 and 23. Request in 24 was 30. I don't see how we're going to spend 56,000 in electricity. Unless we put an amusement park in there.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
I know the new building is a lot bigger than the old building, but the old building is also a lot less efficient, so.
Yeah, but in the new building, everything is electric. Heat also, where in the current building, heat was not electric.
So what's the propane natural gas
Okay,
bill
yeah.
for?
That would, propane natural gas it's for all buildings, you know, so you've got, the fire department and, the existing town hall for a time.
But not the senior center,
No,
that's a separate budget item, right?
right.
I'm inclined to stick with the 164. I don't know about everybody else.
Same.
In no case am I gonna say that we should go over the original request of 223.5, but I'm inclined to go with 164 across the board.
I mean, the only thing there, because we were doing 1%, we were cutting the margins, you know, very close, so. In the fall, we may need more money in these accounts.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
I'm having difficulty definitely at the 229. I'm having some difficulty at the original budget of 223. The 205 might be a happy landing spot. If everything has gone electric, which is the new thing, latest and greatest in how you heat these, you know, heat and cool these places, and yeah, electricity will go up, even though it's supposed to be more efficient. It's just more things drawing the electricity. I guess my only caveat to that is we have credits from solar farms, so where do they go?
We do, we are hoping to, put those on the new buildings.
So then maybe the 164 is enough?
If we're able to get them on there, it could be, yep. The only thing, you know, we don't know, we're out to bid now for, trash and out to bid for cleaning. So we still don't know what that's gonna come in at.
Is that do we currently do that daily now, or is that,
Yeah,
do we need to?
yes.
Or like trash, do you need to do trash every day? Or can it be every other, or, you know, corporate America doesn't, depending on the company, doesn't necessarily dump your trash every day.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
I'll just go back to Kevin's point. Expenditure in 2022, 156,540. Expended in 2023, 176,366. The budget for the current year was 187,375. Electricity is going up. I know the rates, the town negotiated rate went up. So I'm actually going to go back on what I originally said about the 164, and I agree with Bill. I think 205. If 205 is good at 4 million, then 205 is good at 6.5, and we can reassess at next year, like at the year end when we're looking at, you know, fiscal year 2026 on where this actually came in once we've got an idea of, you know, what the new building is actually using for energy.
That sounds like a good plan.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
this is where I'm having difficulty, is we're voting on these budgets, and we're just on the particularly on the $6 million line, we're just putting in percentages to get to that $6.5 million number. And if I were a taxpayer just watching this meeting today, where the word fluff has been thrown around a dozen times or more, I would say, why are we even talking about a $6 million budget when we're saying we're just filling in numbers here, it looks like, just to get to that number? Just my observation, and that's why I'm voting no on these budgets.
I don't think we're filling it in to get to 6.5 million.
Not
But when you look at these right here, electric bills are going up regardless of what happens. The gas bill's not going up. I mean, this is just one example. And Cody's pointed out multiple others.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
I would say, Zach, you're right and you're wrong. We're not adding anything into the 6.5. We've cut a lot of the 6.5 already. And I'm like, my point here is we can put the $6.5 million override on the table, but we don't have to spend $6.5 million if we haven't allocated it. It raises the tax levy, the capability of raising that tax, but we don't have to spend it. So all I'm saying, like, as we're going through this, allocate to the actual need. We don't necessarily, like, you can increase the levy $6.5 million without everybody's taxes going up the equivalent of $6.5 million being collected. Because if we settle on this and it ends up being $6 million, then that's a savings to the taxpayers, and that's the whole point of what we're doing here.
And I hear what you're saying, Cody, but for me, I'm 51 years old, and I get to see a municipal government, state government, federal government not spend every penny you give them. Show me some examples. I mean, I haven't seen it. You know, I mean, it's just how it is.
Well, hold on though. When
Yeah.
we're all done with this, hold on, Mike, this would be a question for you. When we're all done with this, when all is said and done, we've gone through and you re-add up the $6 million column and it comes to less, would then our two override options be 4 million and maybe 5.7 million? If it adds up to that at the end of the day?
So, yeah, you can.
No, I don't think we should be asking for what we're not gonna need.
Right, you can do two things. One, you can do that, you reduce the amount. Two, if the voters voted for a $6.5 million override, just to use that as a number, and you go through everything and you say, well, we know we have the capability to go up $6.5 million this year, but we're not going to because we don't need it. We're only going to spend $5 million. So that's all that would be on the taxpayers this year. Now, next year, if you said, well, we need more money, we're going to have to go up to $5,500,000 this year, you could do that. And you can go up to the 6.5 at any time in the future, but you don't have to go up to 6.5 in the first year.
Madam Chair,
We'd have to decide that prior to writing the motion for town meeting, what that amount's gonna be, correct?
Well, so you could decide that amount, or you can approve a budget of X, and you could, I'm not saying to do this, but you could say to the select board, look, we only need $5 million for the budget, but we'd like you to do a $6 million override. You could do that. Not saying that's what you would do, but that's always an option if you're looking for an override so you have the capability in future years. The question.
Sandy,
But you
what were you
don't-
gonna say?
yeah,
Sorry, Mike, were you done?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
yeah, just a couple things. I know in the original 5-year projections, Mike did not, take it up to the full amount each year so that you had some buffer in the future years. So that's definitely an option. I think we also have to remember that these numbers are not adding up to that because we're also not going to use the 1.2 from the free cash. So, sure we don't lose sight of this too, right? So neither one of these can, if we're not gonna use 1.2 million in even free cash, both of these numbers have to be short that 1.2. You know what I mean? 4 million minus the 1.2 million and the 6.5 minus the 1.2 million.
Madam Chair, and
Yeah,
just to tag on that quickly, because I know Zach's got his hand raised, but the 6.5 million option also reduces the ambulance receipts by 150,000. So right now we're using $1 million, even though the 4 million option, we're still using $1 million from ambulance receipts. And the 6.5 million, we cut that by 150,000. It goes back to the 850 that we used last year. So like all of that comes into play, and so we're not like increasing the spending by that, we're actually decreasing the amount that we're using from the non-recurring funds. Ambulance less so is sort of recurring, but not consistent.
Zach?
Yeah, a couple questions. Number one, if you fully fund your budget and you're not using free cash year on in, year on out, what happens to the free cash? It just continues to pile up. And eventually you need to appropriate it at some point.
No, the free cash, you always have the option every year. You can put some in stabilization, you can put some in capital, or you can just keep it rolling over.
Okay, secondly, as of this moment right now, the select board has voted for a $4 million even override, correct? And then what's the second one, 6.5 even?
Correct.
I don't think they voted on either. They were going to determine.
Yeah, for having three to be presented.
Oh, I thought they voted to put that,
amounts.
to put that on the ballot and put it into town meeting. On those amounts. So we're gonna ask them to modify these numbers, I'm saying, at the end of this, when all this is added up?
So, Madam Chair, if I can.
Yeah.
So, two separate issues. Town meeting is going to be budget discussion with the three options. We're just, the nomenclature here is going to be off. 1% is 1%. 4 million may not actually be 4 million. 6.5 million may not be 6.5 million. Those are just the names that we've given to them because that's what under the joint meeting. So there's three budgets. We'll discuss the three budgets and vote on the three budgets at town meeting. The select board, after town meeting is done, will then have to hold a meeting to set the special election to vote on it. And that's where the ballot question on call it 6.5, but it won't be 6.5. Call it 4, but it won't be 4. Yes or no on 6.5, yes or no on 4, and then depending on if one or both pass, then it reverts back to what's agreed at town meeting. So it's two separate things. So they haven't voted on anything yet. They haven't, because they have to hold a meeting to set what the actual ballot is going to say, and then whatever they vote on. Like they wouldn't vote on that now because we haven't had a discussion about the budget at town meeting. So if they put it on a ballot now, literally it's voting on, do you want to raise your taxes, yes or no? We'll figure out the number later. Versus town meeting, here are the numbers side by side, which is what everybody talked about in the joint meeting. And then you literally can see what you're voting on, and then you go to the polls and vote yes on 4, yes on 6.5, or you're no on 4, and no on 6.5, whatever. But that meeting has to be set by the select board, and the ballot has to be set after the discussion on the budget at town meeting.
But tomorrow's night meeting, which I plan on attending anyway, they could vote to remove one of these off the town meeting warrant. Yes or no?
They could do that.
Okay.
But Mike, our motions could still remain what we want them to be, correct?
Correct.
Bill?
So, see, I thought I understood this a couple hours ago.
This
Now,
one's happening too.
A little less so. So what we are doing here is coming up with what we think are fiscally responsible budgets under these scenarios. But at the end of the day, if the 6.5, we've whittled down, throwing out a number, I know, that I haven't been adding or subtracting here. We come up with a number that's 5.7. The select board is still presenting a 6.5 to the voter, correct? Or are we first going through here? I'm assuming Cody said earlier he's kind of doing the running tally. We're going to have that number, the total number at the end. We're going to vote yay or nay for that number. Are we then recommending that the Board of Selectmen only do an override of X and not necessarily 4 and not necessarily 6.5? Or does the 4 and the 6.5, no matter what we do, those are the numbers?
I can
So-
comment into this one. So the select board can do whatever they want. We're putting the numbers together, we're making our recommendation. The select board could say, here's a 4 million option, they could say, yeah, whatever, here's a 5 million, they could say here's 6.5, or if the number comes out at 6, they could say here's 6. They can do whatever they want, and we can't influence them or tell them what they can or can't do. Only they can set the ballot. All we're doing here is going through the budgets to make sure that the numbers line up, the recommendations are there, and that we've gone through each one of these department budgets to make sure that we agree and recommend the numbers before us to those amounts. The select board can take up 4 million and recommend 4 million and just round it off. And again, if we're not spending the 4 million, the budget is going to be set based off of the recommendation and the vote at town meeting. So the vote at town meeting is going to determine what budget is set and what budget is agreed to at the $4 million option and the $6.5 million option. It's up to the select board to determine, are they going with exactly the recommended budget number, or are they rounding up to 4 and rounding up to 6.5 because those are the numbers that are nice to round. We don't necessarily have to spend them. It's just like, all it's doing is incrementally increasing and resetting the bar of what you levy, what you can tax to. You don't have to spend it. I get Zach's point. Municipal governments have a tendency to spend every penny that they're allowed to spend. What I'm trying to do here tonight is make sure that we're not spending anything we don't have to spend and going through these line item budgets and saying, fluff, cut. Necessary, keep. Like that's all I'm trying to do. What everybody else is doing, I don't know. I think we're mostly on the same page.
In doing this is gonna be our motion to the town meeting. This is what we will be recommending. These are the numbers that we're gonna be recommending for each budget in the town meeting. And the town can do what they want with that. And then select board can do what they want with that afterwards for the ballot.
And so I've joked with people who have known that I've been on this committee probably for too long. And I've said, this group is very ornery this year.
Hey,
And I meant that as a compliment, really. But for this to be successful, to be disciplined, we can't then take the foot off the gas in coming years. We have to be just as ornery in the future cycles.
Yep. Hence going over financial policies and procedures after this town meeting, when we can have a fun meeting in June or July to do that. Zach, your hand was up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, to Bill's point and kind of Cody's as well. We have, a set of numbers here tonight that despite having discussed it over and over and over again, still don't fully understand the process. We still not clarity on exactly the election process. And look at the amount of questions and the amount of debate that's going on just in this committee. For this to be successful, a standard chance, and I want it to be successful. Again, I'm rehashing this again. I know I'm in the minority. You need to have a clear message, a crystal clear message that you can communicate to the residents. And what, if anybody watching this meeting tonight or any other night, their head's spinning. I mean, their head's spinning. They're not involved in this day to day. And I'm involved in it day to day, and I'm still not clear. So I just think without clarity, with all these numbers, now we're changing the numbers. I don't want to repeat myself, but I'll say it one last time and I'll end it there. And that's the reason why I'm voting no on all these budgets is, in my view, this is dead on arrival. You know, just my opinion. It's too confusing. I talked to my neighbors. They don't understand it. Somebody stopped me at the Cumberland Farms the other day. I tried to explain to them at the gas pump for 20 minutes. They didn't understand it. I just don't see, I mean, I could be wrong and everybody could be a lot smarter than me and I'm just the village idiot. But I just see this as, God bless Jack Conway at the town meeting. God bless him. It will be a circus with, herding cats and, I've attended just about every town meeting and I don't even think I'm going. I just think it's going to be
Oh, come on.
totally a clown show, to be honest with you.
So Zach, I'd rather sit from a positive angle here. I feel like what we're doing is we've gone through a budget that is underfunding our departments, this 1% budget. It is not giving so many of our departments in our town what it needs.
And I agree with you 100%.
We're now giving the town a choice and saying, hey, here's a middle ground of like a $4 million override. This is what it can provide. We're going through it line by line. We're being very diligent and fiscally responsible going through it. Here's a $6.5 million override, and this is what it can provide in order to avoid some of these detrimental cuts we could possibly see. And we're giving people the choice. I'm seeing this as a positive. I'm not seeing it as a circus. We can choose to make it a circus, or we can choose to take this seriously and explain to people that these are their choices. Take it or leave it. I think that we should try to keep it positive. I definitely understand where you're coming from and where, I think, I understand your point that you want to vote no. But I'd like to keep it positive.
Madam Chair,
Municipal building? Yes, Bill.
I was gonna recommend, if we're done with the discussion.
I'll second that.
Yes.
Okay. And the Celtics are winning currently, so anyways.
That's
So,
great news. There's a positive.
so, I make a motion that we recommend, account 192 municipal building in the amount of 205,000, charges and expenditures 570, for either the 4 million or the 6.5 million option.
Second.
A motion and a second. Kevin? I think we've lost Kevin. Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I am a yes, 5 yes, 1 no, and we're just about out of quorum. Is anyone else gonna have to leave us tonight?
I was just muted. I vote yes.
Oh, Kevin, yay, good. I was getting very nervous. What was your vote?
Yes.
Okay, 6 yes for municipal building.
All right, town report, under 6 million, I increased it $600. Never know when the printer's gonna ask for more. It's been the same year over year.
I say we keep this one at the 2,400. If Anybody
Madam Chair.
else disagrees? Yeah, Cody?
I was gonna say the same thing. 2022 it was 2191, 2023 it's 2377. We carried the 2400 budget year over year from last year, this year, I think we're good.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Bill?
Mike, is there a minimum, we need to print for the town report? And how much do we recycle?
Unfortunately, I think what the minimum is in order for them to print them, they have a requirement of a minimum. And, we dust off boxes quite often and, beg people to take them. It's something the state ought to look at. You know, we're telling you don't have to print it anymore. You can put it online, but there are a lot of people that want the hard copy. So it's a requirement.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill?
I make a motion that we recommend account 195 town report, printing in the amount of $2,400 for a total of $2,400 for both $4 and $6.5 million override options.
Second.
Second, Kevin?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No,
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Under postage, I don't have in front of me what the original request was, but I know, recently the US Postal Service said they were gonna go up 8 cents, on a stamp, so, increased it under the 4 million from 45,000 to 49,000 and under the 6.5 million, 50,000.
The
Madam
original
Chair?
department request was 47,550. Yeah, Zach?
you wanna do a FinCom transfer and buy $10,000 worth of, forever stamps?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, any
Madam
discussion,
Chair.
questions on these? Cody?
Yeah, just noting prior years, 2022, it was 25,038, 2023 was 45,939. Current budget was 52,550. The original request was 47,550, and we funded to the original request. I feel like this is one, we could probably just keep the 47,550, even with it potentially going up 8 cents. I mean, that's still, you still got 5%, built into that. So I think that should be sufficient. And again, if we need to address it next year, we can.
For the 4 million and the 6 million, keep up the 47,000.
That's what I would recommend, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill?
make a motion, we recommend, account 199 postage, charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $47,550 for both the 4 million and the $6.5 million override options.
Second?
Second.
All right, motion and second, Kevin?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
I know.
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
All right, next is police. So under the 4 million, we restore, personnel services to what was requested. And, we increase, the expense line item by adding in the $2,500 for telephone communications, and 2,000 for office supplies. 2,000 on police academy, 1,000 dues and membership, and 2,000 additional equipment. Under the 6.5 million, repair maintenance of vehicles, we added 1,000, and under educational assistance, I raised it 21,000, and another 2,000 for police academy, and that's it. The main thing with the educational assistance, I know that the chief's very conservative in his budgeting, and had one of the lowest increases in his budget coming to us this year. But unfortunately, what he doesn't know is who's going to end up taking courses. And as you know, we have a request for a reserve fund transfer of, I think it's 22,000. I don't have it in front of me, but significant. So that's why I upped that to the 46,000 to avoid that in the future.
Okay, any questions, Bill? I see your hand up.
Mike.
Yeah.
What is the rationale on personnel services for injury and vacancy?
So injury and vacancy is if someone goes out injured and they have to fill that.
But why is it? Why does a bigger override? Why does a bigger override cause injury and vacancy?
Oh, I went through.
I can answer that.
Yeah, and before Brian, I went through all the previous years and could see where we're at.
Yeah, good evening again. Yeah, so you never know who's going to get hurt. $20,000 has been a staple in the account forever. It's just a line item, just to have some money in there. This year we've had a person out. He was out his whole from July 1st through March when he was forced to retire. We have a deficit in that account now. If somebody else gets injured, that's going to become more of a deficit. And historically, we do spend more than $20,000 if somebody's injured.
Thank you, Chief.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody.
I've got the budget worksheet from the original discussion on 1% injury and vacancy. 2022 was $231. Clearly a very good year for Chief Clark. 2023, $31,984. Current budget $20,000. Original budget request was $20,000. I don't know where I necessarily land on this one.
I think the issue will become is as long as you understand that it's not something that really can be controlled. My concern is what happens if we need the money, and that's always my concern, especially now when the issues around the reserve fund and things like that. So I mean, if you want to keep it at $20,000, that's your prerogative. I mean, I think if you even go back further years, it's a roller coaster. That's what it is. It's just the best way I can explain it.
I would follow that up by saying I think 20,000 to 4 million, since we've been carrying that and then using reserve fund as necessary. The 6.5 million, I'd be fine with the 32,000. But again, I think even at the 6.5 million, we built in a little more into the reserve fund, so we wouldn't necessarily need to do that. I guess the other question I had was really on the charges and expenditures and how many of those are really necessary. And I know we took the $4 million option was slightly under the original department request at 295, 230. It was 2,000 less for some reason, and then the $6.5 million option was 3,000 more. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. The $4 million was the original department request. It was the $6.5 million was higher. So personally, I'm fine accepting this one as is. I think police and fire, they've done a good job of staying pretty conservative on their budgets in the past, and I'm personally okay with it. I would actually, depending on how much we garner in savings at the $6.5 million when we're making cuts, if we stay under that 6.5, that's where we can have discussions next year. If we've increased the levy by $6.5 million, and people come back and say, we want an SRO in every school, or we want a traffic control officer on the road at all times. Like that's where having that built into the 6.5, where we haven't spent it, and we have the ability without coming back and saying, hey guys, can we get another override? That's where making sure we stay conservative here gives us the opportunity later down the road to say, hey, we didn't spend all of it. Where would you like to add? So I would actually be okay with, as presented here.
Yeah, Chief Clark, question for you. For the 4 million override, would we be able to restore the SROs with that budget that you see here?
Yes, everything would remain the same. That's level services.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the 6.5 doesn't add any positions, right? This is just a supplemental benefit.
There's no new positions, and you just one more point too. I brought this up to somebody the other day that asked. We haven't added personnel since 2018. We've hired people doing backfill, but we haven't. Our staffing hasn't increased since 2018.
What's the sorry, Paul.
No, go ahead.
What's the net difference there between the population that we're serving and the officer count since 2018?
I don't have that readily available. One of the reasons that we added 2 people in 2018, maybe 3, and it was really to control overtime. That was the reason we did it. But we haven't. The population really hasn't increased that much in the last few years. In the last 6 years, it hasn't increased that much. But we've dealt with burnout, and if we didn't have the staffing we have, our overtime would be double what it is, easily.
Madam Chair?
Zach.
Chief Clark, I know me and you have sat down before and gone through your budget, and I appreciate that, by the way. But at what point here, let's say there is a $6 million override passed, the overtime, at what point do you bring in another officer or 2 to try to, what is that break even point?
Yeah, so I think we could use an additional officer. I don't know where the override's going to go or not, but I definitely think it would be beneficial, and it's going to decrease the overtime. I can tell you that. If you look through the years of what we've had, and again, the overtime's a roller coaster when we're all healthy and everything. We'll use the full amount or very close to it this year. As you see, in probably a couple of years ago, we didn't use as much. So, you know, if we hired an additional person, it would probably be the hire would be about an $80,000 increase in salaries. And I think would offset that by about the same in overtime.
I know I'm asking a lot, but if you went right now from 3 cruisers on the road to 4 cruisers on the road, how many more officers would that require?
Well, it's not that simple. I mean, you'd need a little bit of both the offices and overtime to increase that. I think I don't have it in front of me. I can get it for you. I did look into it recently, and I think I gave Mike a spreadsheet on it. I think it's roughly, in order to maintain 4 officers on the road, we'd need $150,000 additional. So whether it's a police officer, it's $150,000 of overtime. You know, a police officer at 80 and overtime at 70, like that would be about what it would be to maintain 4 officers on the road. We're not that far away from it, to be honest with you, but we just can't, we can't get beyond we can't get over the hump. We take 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
I guess my question is, if you had 4 officers on the road and 1 was on vacation or 1 called in sick, and you just said, no, we'll just go back to 3 for tonight or for this week, we're going to go to 3. Does that make a lot of sense to you? Or, I mean, what's your feeling on that?
Well, I'd truly like to see 2 of our 3 shifts maintained at 4 officers on the road at all times. I'm not 100%. I don't think that Midnights needs 4 officers on the road at all times. But the calls for service on the day shift and the 4 to 12 shift could definitely use it.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Would it make sense for us to add 150,000 to the 6 million override option for that? Anyone?
How much have we cut? Has anybody got a tally going?
Yeah, hang on. Got 2 spreadsheets open, so hold on.
Thank you for your spreadsheets, Cody.
Under the 4 million option, we have shaved $79,468, and under the 6.5, we've shaved $140,237.
Don't quite have it
Do you want to do
yet.
100,000? I'm sure Brian will be happy with that.
Or at this point, we could continue on and see what we're left with and then come back to this
Come
one.
back and reconsider it. I would prefer to do that, yeah.
Or just not vote on it right now, come back to it.
I think we can vote on it and then reconsider it if we get to the end and figure out how much we have.
Okay, what does everyone think? Anybody else? Okay, you're
Madam
on.
Chair,
Yes, Sandy.
I think if we're gonna add to it in some way, shape, or form, why don't we just hold off on voting?
Yeah, then we don't have to reconsider. Yeah, it saves
Yeah,
time.
and you know, further to that point, I don't know that we get there except under the 6.5 million option.
Right.
So
That's what I was thinking too.
yeah, okay, well, I'm fine with leaving it and coming back.
But I mean, this is to me, what I'm hearing from our chief of police is that for the past 6 years, he has not added an officer. He is feeling that he would, his feeling is that he would be more comfortable having 4 officers on the road for 2 of the 3 shifts. And a $6 million override would allow him to do that if we could add that 150,000. Okay, we'll come back to this one.
Madam Chair, just one more, if I could just say one more thing.
Sure.
Obviously, it's not gonna happen overnight, and if this override did pass July 1st, it would still take us a while to hire somebody and to do that,
Yeah.
so it's not really a rush to do anything at all.
Okay,
But thank you.
Madam Chair,
yeah,
to Chief Clark's point there, it could be something that, depending on what, Chief Simmons has to say on the fire, if we're looking at, if he wants another person under the 6.5 option, or like could use another person, maybe it's a split. And, you know, we look at it, and then again, if we're under, and like depending on the growth and stuff in future years, that's, you know, again, the option to take it up later on. It's not something we have to fund now or like build into the budget now. It just, like, if we have it and it's there, you can put it in and say, point to, here's 6.5, you get another police officer, you get another firefighter, like whatever that may be.
right.
But not necessarily have to carry it this year.
Yeah, that makes sense. All
Madam
right, so
Chair,
assume the next, yes. Bill.
so if I'm understanding what I'm hearing at this hour, I think we can move this budget. If the money is there, then that can be allocated later, because as Chief Clark said, it's not gonna, you know, he doesn't flip the switch and boom, he needs the money right away. So I think we can move it as presented.
But what we were
versus-
saying is that if there's money, depending on what we're, what adds up in the end of the fluff, I guess we'll just keep using that word at the end, and see what maybe we could reallocate that fluff to of where our town's needs are the most.
Wouldn't that be easier just presented that if a $6 million override were to be voted, that will also enable expansion of, say, police and fire? Without necessarily pinpointing it and directly putting it into this budget? Couldn't we come back in the fall and maybe deal with that?
Okay, so
Madam
sorry, let me
Chair,
wrap my brain around this. If we don't, though, say that we'd want it to go to the police budget and we're left, I'm just gonna make it up, we're left with $200,000 in the end and the $6.5 million override passes. And we haven't said we'd like that to go to the police. That could essentially go anywhere, and who would make that decision? You know what I mean? Unless we're stating right now, this is where we'd want it to go, and that's what the town's gonna vote on.
Madam Chair?
Am I explaining that correctly, Sandy?
I just want to point out too that you know, we keep talking about we don't have to spend all the money, but I think we don't have to raise all the money to begin with, right? And that's a bigger point, that what we decide, you know, at the town meeting and between the town meeting and the election is going to dictate how much our taxes, what our taxes increase by. And so, you know, if we don't increase the taxes, we're not going to have that money later to give to the fire department.
Right.
Or police department.
Right, we could choose to not reallocate this fluff. I'm gonna keep using that word.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Coach.
I would also throw out that, you know, I know we've held our public forum, but that might be, like we can, if we're presenting this and we recommend it as is, that could easily be a subject for future discussion at, like budget season next year. Like we don't necessarily have to add it now. We have, if we've carved some off and say the $4 million option is 150,000 less, and that's an option between an extra firefighter and an extra police officer, then that like the voters then can make their voices heard instead of us saying, well, let's throw it in there and like arbitrarily making a recommendation whenever we haven't really had a chance to hear from anybody else. And that would be perfect for like public hearing.
Yeah.
Or if there's determined to be a need at some point. I would prefer just to keep it as is. And then instead of like throwing it in and saying, here, let's add an extra position here. There's a difference between like getting it fully funded to the positions that are already existing and maybe underfunded, and saying, all right, let's create an entirely new position. I think
Okay.
there's a big difference there.
Zach?
Yeah, I think one thing that's being missed here, if you fully fund all these departments on a $6 million budget, you're gonna have a pile of free cash just because of the turnbacks. I mean, if you fully fund everything, some of these we talked about electric bills. I mean, so, and Brian already mentioned, even if you hired somebody today, by the time you get them through the academy, get them on the street, it would be a year almost anyway. So, I mean, you're gonna have several $1 million of free cash at the end of the year if you fully fund everything just in turnbacks.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, Bill.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend account 210 police personnel services 510 in the amount of $4,291,541. Charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $246,925 for a total of $4,538,466 for the $4 million override option, and personnel services 510 in the amount of $4,303,541, and 570 charges and expenditures $270,925 for a total of $4,574,466 in the 6.5 million option.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Kevin?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No,
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no. Okay. Fire.
Under fire, under the $4 million override, restored the overtime to the requested amount. And under expenses, increased expenses to $293,230, still a little below the $295,230 that was requested. And under the $6 million override, increase expenses to $298,230.
I didn't hear if you said something about Paula.
Oh, sorry, discussion on the fire budgets.
Is Chief Simmons on?
Believe he is.
Good evening. There he is.
Chief, do you want to add
Yeah,
anything
so
to
now he's
this?
gone.
I'm sorry, Paula.
Chief, do you want to add anything to this?
I don't really have anything to add. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have, though.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Cody.
just solidifying the point for anybody listening in, although we've lost a lot of people at this point. The $4 million option puts you back to level services. $6.5 million gives you a little extra there on the charges and expenditures, right? So, that's accurate. You're good with that, Chief?
That's correct, yep.
And, sorry, remind me, Mike, we would be using 1 million of ambulance receipts still for the 4 million, but 850,000 ambulance receipts for the 6.5 million, was that correct?
Correct.
Or would we go back, okay, for both, all right.
Madam Chair, I have to drop.
Okay, Kevin, thank you.
Thank you.
We've lost a Kevin, but gained a Joe, everyone. Bill, you're out of the hot seat. Anyone have questions or comments on this one?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody.
I'm good with it as presented, for the same reasons as police.
I'm also good with this one. Okay. Hearing no more discussion on this budget, the chair would entertain a motion to recommend these fire budgets.
Madam Chair,
Bill,
I make a motion that we recommend this budget, these budgets as presented on this page.
You want it back, Bill?
who's gonna second?
Again, for reasons that I think we discussed earlier after Joe left. Given that the pages have somewhat been different from the beginning of the meeting, we should really
Oh, that's
move
right.
the number or
Alright,
the numbers.
Sorry, Joe, I forgot about that one.
back to the lines.
Yeah,
Just
Have we
the total
We've been
line.
doing totals as well.
Not,
Yeah.
Well,
not individual
expenditure
lines.
than the total for each, the 4 and the 6.
All right, Bill, why don't you take this one then so that I can at least know what you.
okay, Madam Chair,
Yes, Bill.
I'd like us to move to recommend account 220 fire department personnel services 510 $4,967,871. Charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $293,230 for a total of $5,261,101 under the $4 million override option, and personnel services 510 in the amount of $4,967,871, and charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $298,230 for a total of $5,266,101 for the $6.5 million option.
Second.
Second, Tracy.
Yes.
Sandy.
Yes.
Bill.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes,
Cody.
Yes.
Zach.
No.
I too am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no.
Next is emergency medical. And their original request was 233,725, I believe. So under the 4 million, restored 5,100 to medical supplies and 13,000 to training. And under the 6.5 million, added 4,000 to repair maintenance of vehicles. Put the telephone communications back in, and medical, that's it. So under the 4 million, the salary, expenses are 219,825, and under the 6,500,000, it's 227,725.
Okay, any questions or discussion on emergency medical budgets?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody.
just again pointing out that the ambulance receipts reduce 150,000 under the $6.5 million option, so I'm good with this one as presented.
Yeah, same. Anyone else? Okay, hearing nothing, the chair would entertain a motion to recommend these budgets as presented.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Joe?
I make a motion that we recommend, budget account 230 emergency medical, line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $219,825 for a total of $219,825 for the $4 million override option. And line 570, $227,725 for a total of $227,725 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second,
Okay, Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bill?
yes,
Yes.
Zach?
No?
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
And then under emergency planning, the only change is under the 6 million, an increase of 1,700 in their other charges and expenditures.
What would that mainly represent? Like,
So this is for Norton Emergency Management. So they could use that for any supplies that they have to buy, and any repairs to equipment and things like that.
Madam Chair, just pointing out 2022 expenditures $7,700, 2023 $8,200. The current year budget is $9,000. The original department request was $9,720, which we fully funded under the 1%, and I would recommend we keep that across all three options.
yeah, I'm agreeing with that. Anyone?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach?
these are all volunteers. Do we really want to nickel and dime them for $2,000?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody?
yes. If they don't spend it, there's no reason in carrying it in the budget.
Yeah,
That's-
respectfully, Zach, we are trying to go through these and, every dollar counts.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill?
and it was the 9720 was the original request
Mm,
way before 1% came into being.
right.
So
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, chair would recommend a motion to recommend or to change the 6 million to the 9720.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody?
I will make a motion that we recommend account 240 emergency planning charges and expenditures line 570 in the amount of $9,720 for a total of $9,720 for both the $4 million option and the $6.5 million option.
second,
Okay, motion and a second. Tracy?
yes,
Sandy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bill?
yes,
Cody?
and the Celtics won.
Yes and yes.
Zach,
No,
and I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no. So let's
next,
move on, right, to the next one? Was this
We
the
do.
final game for this round? Nice.
next is inspections. In the inspections, we had, under the 1% had reduced the requested, salaries. And so, we've put back, into part-time wages to under 4 million, $2,010, and under, permanent positions, $1,340. And then, restored, in the expenses, another $1,000 to outside inspection coverage, 550 for printing, 200 for office supplies, 400 for educational supplies. Brought the other supplies up to 6,000, up to 7,000 as requested. And dues and membership, seminars and conferences, I'm sorry, $300 to the 1,300. And under, the 6 million, override, I think the only difference was $200 added, trying to remember which one that was. Under, I think it's office supplies.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
So just noting that the original department request on salaries was 254, 352. So I'd recommend that we adjust the $6.5 million option to the requested amount. And then I'm fine with the others.
Okay, anyone else? Any discussions on that 6 million? Okay,
Madam Chair, sorry.
yeah, Joe.
I'm trying to get back into the mindset here. Under telephone communications, why did we actually reduce it from the 1% for the $4 million override?
I just went back and looked, what they were expending, over the past few years and trying to get by on that.
Got it. Okay. The only other thing I would say, Madam Chair, is, again, I didn't quite follow what Cody was saying, so I would appreciate it if he would make the motion.
Will do. So, Joe, what I was doing was the original department request for salaries for 2025.
Yep.
Again, prior to the 1% discussion, was 254,352, and the 255,692 is in excess of the original.
So okay, got it.
Reducing it back.
Reducing it back down. Got it. Okay.
Yep. So I can make that motion then.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we recommend Inspection Department 241 Personnel Services 510 in the amount of $251,702 and charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $18,525 for a total of $270,227 under the $4 million option, and Personnel Services 510, $254,352, and charges and expenditures 570, $18,725 for a total of $273,077 for the $6.5 million option.
Second. Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I didn't hear, but I assume that's me.
Joe, sorry. Yes, sorry. Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Under sale of weights and measures, everything stays the same.
Chair would entertain a motion then.
We just been running these just with the amounts that are there for the 4 and the 6.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, if we haven't seen any changes to either of them.
Okay. So Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we recommend budget 244 sealer of weights, line 570, charges and expenditures, no change. Is that how we're doing it?
2,600 for 2,000.
2,600. Okay, 2,600 for a total of 2,600 for the $4 million override option, and $2,600 for line 570 for a total of $2,600 for the $6.5 million option.
Second,
See?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bill?
yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Under communications, no changes.
Yeah. Okay, any discussion on this? If not, Chair would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Joe.
I make a motion that we recommend budget 290 communications, line 510 personnel services in the amount of $450,000 for a total of
The assessment, 450.
Not personnel.
Oh, sorry. It was, okay, sorry. Personnel. It's late.
Yeah, no, I get you.
$450,000 for a total of $450,000 in the $4 million override budget, and line 560 assessment for in the amount of $450,000 for a total of $450,000 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second,
Okay,
Yes.
Tracy. Sandy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bill?
yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no. Animal control,
Under the 4 million option, increasing his charges and expenditures from 11,310 to 13,680, bringing him back to what he was looking for. And then under the $6.5 million request, increasing that to 14,780 for his expenses. And the main thing there was increasing repair maintenance of buildings by 1,000, and dog food supplies by $200.
okay, any discussion?
Chair.
Yeah, Joe.
I just want to make sure that I'm reading that correctly for the charges and expenditures total for the 4 million, Mike. I think you said 13,680. Is that?
That's correct.
580.
580. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The numbers are getting smaller.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I was gonna say that.
I get it.
All right, hearing no discussion, Chair would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Joe.
I make a motion that we accept budget 292 animal control, line 510 personnel services in the amount of $107,375, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $13,580 for a total of $120,955 for the $4 million override option, And line 510, personnel services in the amount of $107,375, and line 570, charges and expenditures in the amount of $14,780, for a total of $122,155 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second,
Okay, Tracy,
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Bill,
yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach.
No.
Okay, I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Tree warden, no changes.
Okay,
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 294 tree warden, in line 510 personnel services in the amount of $2,000, for a total of $2,000 for the $4 million override option. And line 510 personnel services in the amount of $2,000, for a total of $2,000 for the $6.5 million override option.
second,
yes,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Bill,
yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach.
No.
I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
School department under the $4 million option, 36,943,731.87, and under the $6.5 million option, 38,693,731.92.
Discussion on the school budgets.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Bill.
Bill,
Again, do we have any detail as to what gets saved at each increment?
I
Does
looked. I
everything
talked
get
to-
saved at the 6 or no?
I don't think everything does, from what I could understand back from our joint meeting. It's very close.
So that they're essentially there are layoffs in either option. So neither option restores them 100%.
I wish I could say with 100% confidence.
Madam Chair,
Putting together, Zach.
Bill, I asked for that information in the last meeting we had with the school committee, what a $4 million option with the school committee, I'm sorry, with the school superintendent, what a $4 million option was meant for the school department, and what a $6 million option, or $6.5 million option. I haven't seen that yet. I know they're busy over there.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
I was just looking at the handout that they provided at our joint meeting. I know there's been some fluctuation on some of their numbers as they pared some stuff down and moved it around. Their total level service budget at that time was $38,510,831. And the budget we have here for $6.5 million is $38,693. So it's in excess of what they said. What was it? 3 weeks ago? Almost 4 weeks ago.
Right, and since then, there have been, I mean, I even know just myself from talking around town that there have been several retirements or people who have chosen to leave who are higher seniority even since our last joint meeting. So, you know, I'm sure that number's changed.
Yeah, and they presented an option of like an overall $5 million increase showing $39,721,000, indicating that included all school department unfunded requests and elimination and or reduction of most fees. So the $6.5 million option is still 1.1 million shy of eliminating fees and all of that stuff. So it does give us back all of the cuts that they had recommended, under the 1%. The $4 million option was the equivalent of, I think a 4%, increase.
I think you're right.
Oh, no, yeah, so the $4 million option got us pretty close to back, but still had cuts. The $6.5 million option, when we discussed it with Dr. O'Neill on the last call, basically said there may still need to be cuts on things that we can't sustain long term, so we don't end up upside down. But that's on the side of like we need to be more fiscally conservative and not funding to the total right now need, and looking ahead and saying, like, let's not fund a position that we're gonna have to cut next year. Let's just not fund that, live without the cut, and then we can, sustain that without coming back to the well.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be their plan.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
so are we gonna do what we did with everybody else and on the $6 million budget, fund to their original request?
That's what I'd want to do.
Well, Madam Chair, that was one of the things that their original request, I know there was a change on, so the original, before we had our joint meeting, was 31,555,775. But I think that number changed, because there was something about transportation costs or something on the joint meeting. I don't have my notes on what that was. But as I understood it, that was the amount. But I think for the salaries, the personnel services, I don't know that, I think that 31,555 changed because of, like you said, the retirements and some of the stuff where the high earners are going out and they can replace them with lower wage earners. So personally, I'm inclined to accept the 31,101, and then under the charges and expenditures, stick with their original request at 7,317,000, unless there was a change to that too. And let me see if I can find the latest. Got too many files.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Bill.
I don't know whether this ultimately may fall to you and Joe, or whether it's going to require, school committee or Dr. O'Neill to stand up. But we're kind of fuzzy on this one.
Yeah, I'm seeing a note right now of like, that there would be still 22 cuts for the 4 million. Possibly, but again, this was back from our joint meeting, and I think things have changed significantly since then.
Madam Chair, that seems high, given
Yeah,
that
I had that note for the 4 million.
1% was 29 cuts.
I know.
But
This was
I
back,
recall,
changed though since this joint meeting,
Right,
so.
right.
yeah, I recall hearing that too, even at a 4 million,
Yeah,
or at certain overrides, there was still significant cuts. This may be the make or break budget that really decides this question. So again, I don't know whether it falls to you and Joe, or whether it falls to the school committee or some combination thereof, but we can't be this fuzzy.
right.
Oh,
Cody, did you
that's
find
done.
something?
I did. I found it. So in our meeting for Monday, they gave us the $4 million budget. It's not by individual, but it is by group, like account level. The $4 million budget still resulted in cuts. It was $1,567,099 short of level services. But that total was $36,943,732, which is the amount that we have here for the 4 million option, 36,943,732. So that number matches what Dr. O'Neill talked to us about on Monday. And then for the $6.5 million option, that put everything back and had a little bit extra for returning some of the services that had been eliminated without like eliminating fees and all that. So there's some additional things that they'll have to give us, but that was that budget for them. And I guess, Mike, I'm assuming they were working off the number that you had given them at $38,693,732. That's with the $6.5 million override, and that is the number of $38,693,732. So those numbers match what Dr. O'Neill was speaking to on Monday, whenever we had those discussions about what 4 million meant and what 6.5 million meant. So on that basis, I'm good with these numbers.
Yeah, same. Thanks for finding that.
And I can,
Thanks for finding them, and thanks for them not being different.
yeah.
Any other discussion on these school budgets? The big one.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Joe.
I make a motion that we accept budget 300 for the school department, line 510 personnel services in the amount of $30,081,176.03, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $6,862,555.84, for a total of $36,943,731.87 for the $4 million override option, and line 510 personnel services in the amount of $31,668,176.08, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $7,025,555.84 for a total of $38,693,731.92 for the $6.5 million override option. That's a mouthful.
Second,
Wow, you like did that in one breath. That was impressive. Okay. Tracy. Sandy.
Yes.
Joe.
Yeah.
Bill.
yes.
Cody.
Yes.
Zach.
No,
Okay, I'm a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Southeastern Regional, no change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the Southeastern Regional Budget number 306 in the amount of $1,692,899 for the $4 million override option and $1,692,899 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second,
Second, Tracy.
yes.
Sandy.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Bill.
Yes.
Cody.
Yes.
Zach.
no,
Okay, I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Bristol County Regional Agricultural, no change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 308 for the regional agricultural school in the amount of $149,950 for the $4 million override option, and the amount of $149,950 in the $6.5 million override option.
Second,
Yes. Tracy. Sandy.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Bill.
yes.
Cody.
Yes.
Zach.
no,
Okay, I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Under highway, under the 4 million, this increased salaries 187,786. This would put public works director back in and restore the position that was cut with the 1% budget. And under expenses, increasing their charges and expenditures, from 133 to 152,700. That's an increase of 19,650. And under the $6.5 million proposal, the charges and expenditures would increase to $169,888. And the largest, under charges and expenditures, the largest increases are road materials, as I talked about before, the projects that have been coming up, and also repair maintenance of vehicles.
Madam Chair,
So Mike, sorry, real quick, the original department request for salaries under highway, $997,456, that included a DPW, correct? That original department request?
Yes.
So what would be the increase to the $1,091,350?
So, theirs didn't, I'm not sure, which one you have. Does it have the DPW director in it?
It's the
It would-
original department request that got, presented to us back in whenever that was, 5 years ago, feels like.
So in the original one, there was a line item, that said DPW director
Hmm.
under their salary and wages. I don't think that was in the one that
Madam
you're
Chair.
referring to.
Yeah, Cody?
So the 997,456 was, the DPW director out. I think the 1,091,000 is director in.
Right.
Okay.
it's for the same reasons that we talked about before, where not every department is fully funded at the full 4 million. I don't think, I'm comfortable recommending, the creation of that new position and funding of it under the 4 million, but we can stick it under the 6.5. That's what I would recommend.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach?
I don't even know how it's legal, to be honest with you, that we don't have the position now when the voters voted for it. I mean, that should have been put into the 1% budget. I'm not sure what authority we have to say we're not gonna fund this or we're not gonna fund that, when the voters have voted for this. On the ballot,
So,
at town meeting, I mean, it's just, I mean, we're just going over the head of the voters. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I thought we were in democracy.
no, yeah, the voters approved of us to be exploring the option, and we would still need to have money in the budget for it. And I think that we'd only have money in the budget for it, it seems to me, with the 6 million override.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Sandy?
I'd just like to point out there are other positions in the charter, Zach, that we don't fill. It's not requiring it to be filled. It's just giving us a structure to explore that if we choose to.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody?
The other thing though is the original department request for charges and expenditures was 159,888. 40, and the $6.5 million option has an additional 10,000 in there. Is that the road materials that you were talking about, Mike? That's where you threw 10,000 in?
Yep.
If that's you're talking about one-off projects next year, like an increase in projects next year, I don't think necessarily that we need to fund a full 18,000 each year. So I would just I recommend that we carry the original budget request at 159,888, and then if there are additional road materials needed, that's the type of thing that should be funding from free cash.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Joe?
Mike, can you, under the $6.5 million option, can you explain what the other charges and expenditures would cover?
That would be anything else that he needs to buy, traffic cones, tools for the garage, things like that.
That was originally, Joe, I think one of the things that was cut for the 1%. So it was in there and then it got pulled out. You just can't see it. Do we want to go with the revised numbers? If so, I can make that motion.
Yeah, because
Everyone is in agreement. If anyone has any other discussion, we can go with the revised numbers.
sorry, remind me, Madam Chair, can you remind me again what we changed?
So we would want the,
The personnel services reduction,
Right?
yeah, the 4 million option reducing to the original request that did not have the DPW, and then only adding that.
997,000, correct?
Yeah, 997, 456.
Yes.
And what else? There was something else, wasn't
The charges and expenditures.
The charges and expenditures, I didn't suggest we make any changes because it was below the original.
The 10,000 that was added.
Yeah, and just cutting the 10,000. So I've got the numbers if you want
it? Okay, go for it.
Are we good, Paul?
I think so. Everyone else. Is good.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we recommend Highway Department 420, Personnel Services 510 in the amount of $997,456.24. Do we have four? No. Sorry, $997,456.24. Charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $152,700. Surface treatment 580, the amount of $17,000. And then, Mike, I think you need to scroll down because there's one more line item there for repairs to driveways. And repairs to private ways 581 in the amount of $1,000 for a total of $1,168,156.24 for the $4 million option. And account 420 highway personnel services 510 in the amount of $1,091,350. Charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $159,888. Surface treatment in the amount, surface treatment 580 in the amount of $25,000, and repairs to private ways 581 in the amount of $1,000 for a total of $1,277,238 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second, Tracy?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no.
Okay. Snow and ice, no change.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 423 snow and ice, line 570, charges and expenditures in the amount of $80,000 for a total of $80,000 for the $4 million override option. And line 570, charges and expenditures in the amount of $80,000 for a total of $80,000 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no.
Street lighting, increased under the 4 million, $5,000 to 60,000, and under the 6 million, $15,000 to $10,000, excuse me, to 70,000.
So for this one, I'd want the 6 million one to be reduced to the original request of 60,000.
Agreed. We ready for a motion?
Anyone has any discussion on this one? If they don't, we can make a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept, budget 425 street lighting, line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $60,000 for a total of $60,000 for the $4 million override option, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $60,000 for a total of $60,000 for the $6.5 million override option.
second,
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Yes.
Bill,
yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach stepped away. I am a yes. We have 6 yes.
Can we guess what Zach would have voted?
No.
Yes.
Next is sanitary landfill, no change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 438 sanitary landfill, line 570 in the amount of $15,400 for a total of $15,400 for the $4 million override option. And line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $15,400 for a total of $15,400 for the $6.5 million override option.
second,
Tracy,
yes,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Bill, Joe, sorry, Bill,
yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach, you back yet? Okay, I am a yes, 6 yes.
Board of Health, under the $4 million option, no change in salaries. And under expenses, restoring some of the expenses. So we go from 6,250 to 8,500. And in the $6.5 million request, increasing the salaries by $3,222. I believe that brings it back to the original request. Increasing professional services. No, that stayed the same as the $4 million.
Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Cody.
Just a point of the, salary and wages permanent position. I don't know if that was a typo when it got keyed in, but it's $100 less from the 1% option.
In my question.
It's 195,767. Under 1%, it's 195,667.
Okay. Yeah. Well, probably was. Yeah.
That's the only difference
Yeah.
I would change there.
Okay.
The other question
is
is
the
why we-
department request.
Yeah, the department request originally for charges and expenditures was 10,900. We're under that, under the $6.5 million. If we're good with that, I'd say just keep it.
Anyone else have discussion on this one? Okay, hearing nothing.
I make a motion. Go, sorry.
What was the increase under the $6.5 million? It was above. Oh no, that was the original request. Never mind. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 510 Board of Health, line 510 personnel services in the amount of 195,000. We said 767, right?
Yeah.
And line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $8,500 for a total of $204,267 for the $4 million override option. And line 510 personnel services in the amount of $198,989, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $9,250 for a total of $208,239 for the $6.5 million override option.
second,
Okay, Tracy? Tracy,
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Bill,
yes,
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No.
I am a yes. 6 yes, 1 no.
Public health nurse with the $4 million override, returning the salaried position of a public health nurse, and then under expenses, decreasing under professional services from 10,000 to 1,550, and educational supplies to $170. So total charges and expenditures of $3,470. And on the $6.5 million override, increasing supplies, immunization supplies, $5,000. And then mileage and car allowance, seminars and conferences, educational assistance, and dues and memberships for $10,850.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
Mike, you were never able to keep a nurse at that rate. I mean, that's something like $25 an hour or less. Well, it's actually less than $25 an hour. I mean, that's no way you're gonna get a nurse for that, so why wouldn't we just double that to $100,000? At least you stand a chance. Most nurses are making in the 50s today. I mean, $50 plus an hour. So the ones that I know anyway, so. You can put it in there, but you'll never get anybody.
Madam Chair.
It's not 40 hours, by the way.
Yeah, I was just wondering if this was in the salary study, that was done.
That's a good question. I'm not sure if the nurse was, but I know someone did a salary study independently, one of the towns recently that we're a part of, and the hourly rate that we have in here was comparable to what the rates were.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just following up on that, looking back at, so last year, or the current budget year, we're carrying 40,300, which we couldn't fill the position at. And I believe when we had this discussion going into the early discussions for budget, the 46,800 was determined to be more in the line of market for the amount that we were looking at. So I'm good with these numbers as presented.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Joe?
Mike, I just want to confirm that the reduction in professional services is as a result of not having to outsource.
Correct. Yep.
Any other discussion on the public health nurse budgets?
Madam Chair.
Anything? Yeah, Joe?
I make a motion that we accept budget 522 public health nurse, line 510 personnel services in the amount of $46,800, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $3,470 for a total of $50,270 for the $4 million override option. And line 510 personnel services in the amount of $46,800, and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $10,850 for a total of $57,650 in the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
Okay, Bill. Tracy?
yes,
Yes.
Sandy? Joe?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Zach?
No.
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Okay. Next is Council on Aging. And with the $4 million override, we would be restoring the van driver, part-time van driver, and also adding a program coordinator position, and increasing the repair maintenance of equipment by 1,000, repair maintenance of buildings by 8,000, and in the $6.5 million, we would be increasing repair maintenance. No, that stayed the same. What did we kept it the same. $2,000 increase.
So
Madam
the
Chair.
original, request from Beth for the salaries was $243,394. But even at the 6.5 million, it looks like it's recommended 224,836.
Yes.
What changed there from her original request?
Just what the classifications of the positions are. The new positions. So the salary isn't quite as high.
Okay. Bill, your hands up.
I think this came up during the original presentation. Why in a new building is repair and maintenance, the median fee so high?
I think the biggest cost there is, the health agent. We consult with the health agent on the frequency that the grease trap has to be pumped out. So that's the major expense.
So we're cooking more because we have more staff, therefore we can do more events.
Yeah, they're gonna have a full kitchen in the building. And as part of the requirements with the kitchen, you have to have a grease trap outside. It can't go into the septic system. And the grease trap has to be pumped out, at least 4 times a year, every quarter at least, I think.
But it wasn't gonna be that much under the 1%er where it's increasing under all the other scenarios?
We just, under the 1%, we just didn't have, the money, so we were gonna have to, see how we could cut back on other areas there, so this is just restoring it closer to the, requested amount.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
Mike, what happens to the old Council on Aging building, or the old senior center, sorry, when the new one opens, or do we still have to carry that under this budget, the maintenance and upkeep of the old building?
No, what we're looking at right now is there may be a nonprofit that will take over the building, so they'll be responsible for our maintenance and upkeep.
Okay.
So no changes to this one. I'm good with as is. Anybody else have any more discussion, or I will entertain a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we accept budget 541, Council on Aging, line 510, personnel services in the amount of $224,836, and line 570, charges and expenditures in the amount of $66,100, for a total of $290,936 for the $4 million override option. And line 510, personnel services in the amount of $224,836, and line 570, charges and expenditures in the amount of $68,100, for a total of $292,936 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
Okay, Tracy,
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Yes.
Zach?
No.
Okay, I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Next is the Veterans Office, and the $4 million override would increase the veterans' benefits back to the requested $200,000. And also there would be slight increases in some of her expense line items. So her charges and expenditures would increase $300 to $3,450. And under the $6.5 million scenario, her charges and expenditures would increase by $400 to $3,850.
Which was the original request, yes.
Yeah. Discussion on this one? I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 543 veterans, line 510 personnel services in the amount of $105,820. Line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $3,450, and line 579 veterans benefits in the amount of $200,000 for a total of $309,270 for the $4 million override option. And line 510 personnel services in the amount of $105,820. Line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $3,850, and line 579 veterans benefits in the amount of $200,000 for a total of $309,670 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
Hey, Tracy,
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes. Yep.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No,
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Only 8
Library,
more, guys, only 8 more.
so close, guys. Doing awesome.
library,
It's so-
library, no change from, what you I believe that's what you recommended for the 1% budget, so no change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion. Wow, it's really getting tough. Make a motion that we accept budget 610 library. Is that line 570, Mike? Yeah, other charges and expenditures in the amount of $609,655 for a total of $609,655 for the $4 million override option, and line 570, sorry, yes, in the amount of $609,655 for a total $609,655 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
Okay, and
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No,
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
under, where are we? Recreation. So under the $4 million override, we would increase charges and expenditures to $22,304, and under the $6.5 million override, $22,504.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
Mike, what would it take? I know, Melissa's on part-time. What would it take to bump that to full-time? If we were looking at the $6.5 million option to get her full-time, and then, I think we have plenty, of savings in here to talk about maybe down the road, not tonight, but, putting aside $25,000 into an account for Founder's Day that can be offset by donations.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it would take to make the position full-time. I know the current director doesn't want to be full-time, so.
Come on.
Or to add another part-timer.
Yeah. I think that's maybe a discussion for another day.
Yeah.
Seeing the lateness of the hour. But I think this could easily be one of the deals where we don't necessarily spend everything under the 6.5, but we could say, look, we haven't spent everything, and if it's important to everybody, we can fund it and put it back into the budget. Have a full-time person that's dedicated to it, so it's not relying upon volunteers to get Founder's Day. And if 6.5 passes, then we could easily fund a full-time Parks and Rec director that could lead the charge on all of that, and at least have a line item budgeted that can then be offset with donations and sponsorships So that at least we're guaranteed to have Founders Day every year.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Zach.
I guess I'm in the minority tonight, but I mean, to pass a $6 million, and not have a full-time Parks and Recs director that's been sitting out there for years and years and years, and providing zero funds for her to actually do anything, other than, just basic expenses to run some programs. I mean, that budget, in my view, should be easily doubled, and it's still very small, just to give her a little some money. I mean, right now, she wants to have an Easter egg hunt that costs a few $100s, and it's, we're looking for donations. I mean, everything can't be donations. I mean, she's out there, they're out there begging for money every day.
I 1000% agree with you, Zach, that it is embarrassing how underfunded our Parks and Recreation budget is.
Totally agree.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
Sorry, Sandy, it looked like you wanted.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that the request for the charges and expenditures was a little higher, 23,000. Mike, do you know what got reduced there in the 6 million override? Like, what's not included there?
I don't remember, Sandy.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
I was going to recommend that we increase that to the amount requested for both budgets.
Yeah.
Not knowing what a full-time position would be there, unless we want to just double that salary and say, 61.7 for the $6.5 million option, and then at least it's built in, assuming double the current salary, and you could have two co-directors. They could run that department together and have the money. I mean, we're not having Founders Day this year, but we could easily take it and create the funds at fall town meeting.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Zach.
I would also advocate, if you're gonna do double the salary to 60, add another 20,000 to, I don't know, purchases of services, I guess it would be under where there's nothing. So they can actually have some programs that round it up to an even, I guess it would be $103,353.
Yeah, I'd reach
That
out.
purchases of services line item B, Mike, for the recreation. What would she be using for that one?
So anything that she had to, I would think that's where she would pay her pool guy out of, and
Okay,
That's what my notes say.
yeah.
okay.
Mike, what if you wanted to buy, I don't know, candy for Halloween or something? What line would that fall under?
Other charges and expenditures?
Yeah, there should be, for something like that, it would be a miscellaneous expense line item.
Well, I would say you put that somewhere where she could actually run some programs or do something instead of having to panhandle all the time.
So Zach, you're just, could you just repeat what you would like to see the increase for the?
I would like to see
line item?
$30,000 to personnel services, $20,000, call it to miscellaneous. Is there a miscellaneous line here or other supplies? How about other charges and expenditures?
An increase of 20 to the charges and expenditures?
Yeah.
I'm
Correct.
just trying to follow you. So an increase of 30,000 to the personnel line item and an increase of 20,000 to the charges and expenditure line item for a total increase of 50,000 to this budget.
That sounds good to me. It's a good start anyway.
You did mention too that the pool had a leak.
That she should put into
That
capital
would be
for
capital, yeah.
Oh,
put that into
Okay.
capital. And then really, there should be on this, I mean, not tonight, but there should be a Founder's Day line item that we should be funding if that were to come to fruition.
Someone just put in the chat, the average Park and Rec in Mass is a salary around 80,000.
I would be happy with a doubling of salary for now. That's, a huge leap for the town of Norton.
Madam Chair, for the purposes of the motion, was there a suggestion that we add money to the personnel services for the $4 million option?
So both of these additions, Zach, are you suggesting under the $6.5 million option? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So I think the 4 million would stay as is.
Okay.
So I've got the numbers if you want them, Joe.
I think I have them. So I have 60,849 for the 6.5 million for wages and $42,504.
We were gonna bump the charges and expenditures, bumping that to the request, which was 23,679. So under the 6.5, it'd be 43,679.
Just go.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we recommend, recreation, account 630, personnel services 510 in the amount of 30,849 and charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of 23,679 for a total of $54,528 under the $4 million override option, and personnel services 510 in the amount of $60,849 and charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $43,679 for a total of $104,528 for the $6.5 million option.
104,000 what?
$104,528.
Second.
Okay. Sorry, Tracy,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Bill.
No.
Alright, changing it up. Cody,
Yes.
Zach.
And I'm gonna change it up and vote yes.
Ooh, this is getting fun.
We got
Yes.
Getting crazy now, people.
Oh boy, 6 yes, 1 no.
Just to confuse Paula.
I'll make a note that this time it was Bill. I am gonna lose it soon. Okay.
Historical Commission, no change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 691 Historical Commission, line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $0 for a total of $0 for the $4 million override, and line 570 charges and expenditures for $0 for a total of $0 for the $6.5 million override option.
All right.
Second and yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Bill. Oh, you already voted. Sorry, Cody,
Yes.
Zach.
I guess I'll have to vote yes for $0.
Okay. I too am a yes. We have 7 yes for this one.
Memorial and Vets, increasing the other charges and expenditures to $2,000 under the $6 million override.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Cody.
I'd recommend that we fully fund under both options. The original request was $2,000. This is for the parades, right, Mike?
And the flags that get put on veterans' graves.
Yeah, 2,000
Yeah.
both, please. And thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Agree. Yes, Zach.
Mike, do you know if all the funds are fully used every year, or is there turnbacks on this?
I don't have it. Do you have?
Good point, Zach.
I don't have a problem with the 2,000, but I'm just curious, that's all. You don't have to figure it out.
It was 830 in 2022, 647 last year. We carry 2,000 in the budget currently. Madam Chair, I make a motion.
Okay.
That we recommend memorial and vets 692, charges and expenditures 570 in the amount of $2,000 for both the $4 million and $6.5 million override options.
Second and yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach?
Yes.
Ooh, and I am yes, 7 yes again.
Not gonna vote against the veterans. Come on now.
No.
Historic District,
Oh,
no change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 693, Historic District, line 570, charges and expenditures for the, in the amount of $0 for a total of $0 for both the $4 million override option and the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
all right, Tracy,
yes,
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Yes.
Zach?
Yes.
All right. 9 2, I'm a yes, 7 yes.
Maturing debt, no changes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 711, maturing debt, I guess a total of $3,598,662 for both the $4 million and $6.5 million override options.
Second and yes.
yes,
Tracy, Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach?
I have a question. Is any of this covered under overrides, Mike? Or is this
No,
non-override money?
this is non-override money.
Guess we already spent it, so I'll have to say yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, and I too am a yes. 7
Madam
yes.
Chair,
James,
just a quick note, those are the funds we use to repay the bank for the bonds that we've issued throughout the years. So those are payments of principal, and the next one you're gonna be voting on is gonna be the interest. It does include the loans that we've taken out against the debt excluded projects for the senior center, the high school, the athletic complex, and the new town hall.
Thanks, James. So it is the debt excluded, some of it. And James, when you get a chance, not tonight, because it's late, can you shoot us a number of what percentage of that, what is debt excluded and what is coming out of the operating account? Some other time, not tonight.
I will do that. I can tell you it's most of it.
Thank you. I'm a yes if it's my turn.
we already all voted yes, I believe. Wrote that down for this one,
One more.
right? Okay, moving on, interest.
No change.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve budget 750 interest in the amount of $2,442,685 for both the $4 million and $6.5 million override options.
Second and yes.
yes,
Yes.
Yes. Sorry,
No.
yes. Jumping the gun.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach.
Yes.
I too am a yes, 7 yes.
Okay, employee benefits. So under the $4 million override, increased medical insurance from 8603769 to 8,883,723, or an increase of 279,954. And under the $6.5 million override increased it to 8,946,723.
Madam Chair.
So, Mike, though, wouldn't the employee benefits for the 6 million have to increase if we have more employees?
Say that again.
Wouldn't the $6.5 million override budget have to increase if we have more employees?
Right, that's why I increased the health insurance, because it's anticipated, we had reduced it to
Okay.
8603769 for the 1%, and then by adding positions back, I've increased it back up.
Madam Chair.
Yeah,
So the original department request was 8,907,723. So the 6.5 million matches that number.
okay. All right, any discussion on this one? No discussion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 910 employee benefits, line 510 personnel services in the amount of $4,156,463. Line 511 other personnel services in the amount of $8,907,723. And line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $633,000 for a total of $13,697,186 for the $4 million override option. And line 510 personnel services in the amount of $4,156,463. Line 511 other personnel services in the amount of $8,970,723. And line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $633,000 for a total of $13,760,186 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
Okay, Tracy,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach, Zach. Did you lose him at the end? Okay, I mean, yeah,
My keyboard froze up for some reason. It's a no, sorry.
all right. 6 yes, 1 no.
The streak is broken.
Unemployment, under the 4 million and the $6 million override, I reduced it back to the 75,000.
Discussion. Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we recommend, or that we accept budget 911 unemployment compensation, line 570, in the total, in the amount of $75,000 for a total of $75,000 for both the $4 million and $6.5 million override options.
Second and yes.
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 Joe,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
I know.
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no. Last one.
Last one, yeah. So under miscellaneous expense, 940. So under gas, fuel, oil, and diesel, with the $4 million override, I returned it to the 165 as 165,000 as requested. With the 6.5 million, I increased it to 175,000. The workers' comp under the 6.5 million, I increased it to 260,000. Medicaid reimbursement under the 4 million, returned it to the 25,000 number. And under the 6.5 million, our package policy, I added 40,000, and vehicle fleet insurance 12,800, and public official liability 11,800, and police and fire insurance deductibles I added 2,000.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Cody.
So the 165 I get, the 175, the increase there for gas and fuel is because more assessors driving, more Board of Health driving, because the van's back on the road at the 4 million option, right? So that's where we get 165 and then an additional 10 for the additional positions, potential Department of Public Works Director, like all of that's included in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what exactly why would the package policy go
up? Package policy, that would just be they had 40,000 extra. We don't know what the package policy is gonna be yet. We haven't got that number and,
Rated off of payroll.
no, package policy is, all the
Property, right?
property, right?
I don't know how the property would go up. I could see maybe the GL if you've got more activity, but I don't know why it would go up 40,000.
No, it's not based on that. It's just, we'd have the ability to have a cushion there, depending on what it comes in at. And the workers' comp is up because, adding the employees back.
Chair,
Yeah, Zach.
the package policy in business, Cody, is driven off sales, gross sales. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works in municipalities if it's gross revenues, but,
I know for, you know what it is? It's square footage of the buildings. There's some classes that are rated off of payroll. I think, like police and fire and, stuff like that. It's like hours, like 9 hours. So there's a lot of that, mixed in.
Madam Chair,
I'm going
Yeah,
back.
Zach.
Mike, does this include the entire town, including the school department,
Yes.
all the school buildings, everything?
Yep.
So do we see this, when I look at the school budget, am I not seeing a breakdown of these, because this is substantial numbers? That's
Yeah, and
written to them, I mean,
this is all part of the fixed and shared.
if that's in their budget,
No, you know, when we do the budgets, if you look on the, revenue and expenditure sheet, down the bottom, you see fixed and shared expenses, and then you see the schools, Southeastern Regional, Bristol County, general government, and then the school budget. So
is it possible for future years, obviously this one's wrapping up, to say, okay, 74,000, some kind of breakup, you know, even if it's a line item, this much goes to the schools, this much goes, I know it's hard to do, you're probably gonna do it by percentage, this much goes to the fire department, because it's really part of their budget, you know, and it's, you know, it's a massive number, it's not, you know, we're not talking a couple $1,000, we're $73 million here.
Yeah.
You know. Just so the taxpayer can understand that it's not just 38 million, whatever it is for schools, it's plus this, plus health insurance, plus all that, you know, that just can make it clear to people what we're spending.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
But I don't see auto liability anywhere else on this.
vehicle fleet.
Package policy also include auto?
No, we have vehicle fleet insurance.
Oh, there it is. There it
Yep.
is. Okay, so that's gonna increase because you got vans and drivers on the road. Okay. I was just looking back at the original department request for under charges and expenditures. It was that 976,865. I just feel like, again, we don't need to build cushion in if we can avoid it under this. And so if that 40,000 is a cushion on the package policy, I would prefer to keep it at the original budget request that was approved at Core 21.
So, but wait, Mike, for the, you just said the vehicle fleet insurance, it looks like that's the same for the 1% and for the 4 million, but then it increased for the 6 million. But didn't you say the van driver gets reinstated at the 4 million?
The van driver does, yep. So that's included on that. So I think what Cody's saying is the 976,865 under the 4 million would bring it to what the request was.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the 6.5 million added drivers back on the road for assessors and Board of Health, I think. With those being, like the 4 million didn't fully fund the development request, but the 6 million did. Or 6.5, sorry.
Madam Chair. Yes, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I said your name weird sometimes.
Mike, I don't see employee practices in this, and I don't see cyber. Where's that? Usually those are separate line items.
We do have cyber. I think it is more in the package policy. And what was the other one you mentioned?
Employee practices, sexual harassment, that type of stuff. One employee to the other.
Yeah, it's probably all in the package policy.
And my last question on this is, at $78 million or $75 million, what is the break-even point to say, we're not gonna have any of these, and we're gonna be self-insured, and we take 50 million a year and put it in a reserve account and keep funding it? I mean, how much have we paid out in the last 20 years? I mean, I know you can be self-insured. This is an incredible number to pay to insurance companies. Incredible number. When we're asking for overrides of, 4 million and 6 million, I would say drop it all, drop 50 million a year into a stabilization account, a self-insured account, pay any claims, and that fixes all your budget problems for years and years and years to come. I don't know, did you ever see a claim paying out this kind of money?
Zach, I don't think I'm understanding you. What amount did you just say? Because are you referring to that grand total at the bottom? The grand total of the whole town budget?
I'm looking, I thought this was the insurance budget. No, I'm looking at the whole.
No.
Way too late, I'm sorry.
No.
Way too late, I'm sorry.
I thought that's what you said earlier, and then I was like, wait a minute, maybe I'm hearing things. And then you said,
I'm sorry, I'm way overtired.
No,
you are right, it's $1 million, not,
like
I'm looking at the bottom, saying 73 minutes.
Okay. Whew.
This is what happens when you have 4.5 hour meetings.
No, I get it.
Last one, let's vote on it.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept budget 940 miscellaneous line 540 fuel expenses in the amount of $165,000 and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $976,865 for a total of $1,141,865 for the $4 million override option, and line 540 fuel expenses in the amount of $175,000 and line 570 charges and expenditures in the amount of $1,082,465 for a total of $1,257,465 for the $6.5 million override option.
Second and yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Zach,
No,
I am a yes, 6 yes, 1 no.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Sandy.
can I just clarify again, that the 4 million and the $6.5 million budgets or override budgets include not using 1.2 million in free cash, which is why those totals are lower.
Right.
To answer the question in the chat, that hopefully answers the question in the chat, that's why they're not 4 million and 6.5 million, because they are going to absorb the cost of the free cash that we currently use for our 1% budget.
Right.
And in one case, the ambulance reserves as well. Or
Yes.
some.
Madam
Sick.
Chair. Go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead, Cody.
I was just gonna put a point on all the work that we put in tonight, and what we shaved off. The difference between where we started on the $4 million override budget and where we ended was a total reduction of $170,886.89. And
Hold on,
the
Corey, hold
$6.5 million.
on, I'm just trying to write it down and I missed it. reduction of $170,000 what?
$886.89.
Okay.
And the $6.5 million option was a reduction of $112,000, or $112,102.08. That's because we added back in some nice to haves, like to haves.
This is like, includes the fact that we added in like for the recreation.
And fully funding department requests that weren't fully funded under the
Right.
4 million option, whatever. But between the two options, I just want everybody to feel good about it. Was like we spent a lot of time and we're up way late, but you know, the work was worth it.
Zach?
Yeah, can somebody send all that in an email? Somebody's got a spreadsheet or Mike?
I've got a spreadsheet. I'll save the
Yeah.
spreadsheet of where we started. Where we
Well,
ended.
yeah, we'll send it to Mike too. I'm sure he's gonna cross-check his math too. So, you know, we
That would
can
be awesome.
look at that, because
The only thing that's not on mine is the zeros. Like I didn't care to data enter the zero account.
and where do we stand right now in regards to the FinCom? Are we done? Are we done for the season's over, or where is it?
So we have voted on everything, right, Mike? All of the warrant articles.
You have.
Okay, so there'd be no reason for us to meet again. The warrant has to be posted on Monday. If we met again after the warrant being posted, our recommendations wouldn't be in the warrant, our changes. So if anybody wanted to reconsider anything.
Right.
So unless somebody needs to reconsider, unless something happens beyond our control, I feel like there's been a time once before, Mike, a couple years ago, where something came up out of our control after the warrant was posted and we had to meet right before town meeting
Right.
to vote on
So-
something. I don't remember what that was about. So that could
Yeah.
happen, but
If I needed a meeting, I'd let you know. Otherwise, would usually just post a meeting for the night of town meeting just before.
just in case.
Yeah. And you may have a lot of time as they're checking people in, so.
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
yes, Joe.
I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting we do this tonight, but we do have outstanding minutes.
Yeah, so my thought, no, I'm not gonna say we're gonna do it right now. Bill's like, no.
I just got back.
My thought is I want to, like we talked several times already throughout this budget season, is to schedule a meeting after this is all done, where we can kind of meet and breathe and talk about like going forward, the financial policy manual and procedures and how we want everything to go next year. And at that meeting too, maybe we could go through all the minutes that we're gonna be having. So we'll kind of figure out when we want that to be.
I just didn't want to forget them.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And there'll be more coming, I'm sure.
Madam Chair,
Bill?
Maybe it is the lateness of the hour, but someone did put in the chat, what about water and sewer? I don't recall doing water and sewer.
You did,
There was no action.
you voted on those articles.
No, but they're not separate budgets?
They're separate. Yeah,
Oh,
you,
the Articles 4 and 5?
yeah, you already voted on Articles 4 and 5.
Yeah, I think those
These
were.
are enterprise accounts, so they don't hit the.
I think I was thinking the supplement.
Okay.
No action.
Thank you.
Chair, should I send this document to everyone on FinCom?
I think that would be helpful, yeah.
Okay.
Cody, if you're still talking about the same spreadsheet I've been looking at with you, could you also have like the totals in there for each department? Cause I know.
I don't have,
Private line.
no, I don't have the total. I was just doing the
You have the salary and expenditure, but then there's.
salary expenditure, like the way that it rolls down without the subtotal line items.
Well, Mike and James are gonna have to put something together before town meeting anyway for it, so when you get it, Mike, just send it to everybody, the clean copy.
Yeah,
But I'll send
I'll
this,
take Cody's for the time being, so I can glance at it.
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
So I have one more question, Mike, considering there was the reduction in the two budgets. So it's not a huge reduction. Are we still sticking with when we make the motion for the three motions in this article for the three budgets? The 4 million would be the $4 million override and the 6.5 would stay the $6.5 million override. Is that how we're still gonna do this?
Well,
Or do we want to reduce that 6.5 million?
it would be good if you could reduce the 6.5, but it's,
Wouldn't you have the select board to do that?
yeah,
It's
that's,
gonna be in
that's
our
something.
motion, so, when we make the motion, I want us all to be on the same page.
Yeah.
When I make the motion, I'm not making my motion, it's the motion of the finance committee.
so Madam Chair,
Yeah, Joe?
I think the one thing we have to consider is if we leave those numbers where they are, then we have the option of
Either.
over time, if it passes, then we have that additional pad to build the 2.5% off of.
Yeah,
Counter
I
that
mean,
with the ability to actually pass that number.
Madam Chair, I don't think we're coming up with the override numbers. Like, I think we're just, our appropriations are our recommendations. And then it's up to the select board,
Okay.
either before and or after, right, to decide what they actually want to put on the ballot.
Right.
I mean, we weren't far off from the joint meeting that we held, the three committees, and we came up with roughly 4 million, roughly 6.5. We were pretty close. I mean, that was pretty good work on the fly considering, and huge thank you to the school department for being on the ball and getting us all those numbers so that we had, 50% of it worked out ahead of time. It was huge.
So what is being voted on exactly at town meeting? You're going through all these budgets one at a time like we did tonight? Or you're gonna say, I'm just, for clarity, tell the town, forget about the vote for a minute, how is the town meeting gonna work?
So I think that the moderator would bring up on the screen each budget and
Yep. A,
first
B,
budget,
C.
and I think he's planning on doing like a page by page. Here's the first page, anyone have questions? Here's the second page, anyone, and he'll do that for all three.
So this tonight took 4.5 hours without any public questions. Is it scheduled for night one, budget 1%, night two, budget 4 million, night three? Is that gonna work? I don't know if it's been worked out or not.
I haven't heard any final decisions on this, but there has been talk about, Mike, you can explain, but there has been talk about doing the budgets in one night and the other articles in another. We still on that page?
I think, what we're talking, well, what we've talked about is that, the articles you have, we were talking today, the articles you have before the budget aren't real complicated ones. Chapter 90 and tree service, water and sewer enterprise, and then the budget. And so it's more, and even the special that's at 7:15, most of it's no action. So we'll probably get to the budget on the first night, and then we'll have to go to 11 o'clock, probably the latest. And then if we're not done with town meeting, go to a second night. So the idea is to do the budget right now. The idea is to do the budget on the first night.
Are we required to do the articles? I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Are we required to do the articles in order?
No, Jack was looking into that, but you can, someone can ask that one article be taken above another. The only reason we're thinking of doing the other articles, maybe we were thinking we have this special at 7:15, but then it's going to take, people might not be all checked in by then anyway. So that might not be an issue, so.
Yeah,
So, Madam Chair,
yeah, Zach.
so I'm a resident sitting in the audience, and you bring up the 1% budget, we're voting on it page by page. Then you go to the $4 million budget. What if, I don't want the $4 million budget. I want a $6 million budget. Do I have to sit there and vote no on every single page of that $4 million budget? Or is there gonna be a vote that says, who's in favor of the $4 million budget?
Well, the town's not voting on every page. They're gonna review every page.
I think it's like Paula
Right
said.
now, we do page by page at town meeting.
Well, we'll do page by page for, to be able to kind of let the town see everything and ask questions as needed as we go through. But then at the end, they would be asked to vote on that
One vote.
budget.
One
Well,
vote.
no, they'll vote on the 1%.
Yeah, I mean, 3 votes total, 1%, 4 million.
Yeah.
So there'll be 3 votes, that's it. And then, and the warrant articles.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Cody.
So Zach, the way I envision this, the 1% is going to work the way it always works. Like we don't need an override budget. It's going to work exactly the same. The $4 million option will then be presented, and the department heads will be able to get up and say, this is what's saved, this is what's different, this is all of that. And then open for discussion the same way as the 1%. Now it's open for discussion under the 4 million. So people get up and ask, what is saved here? The 1% will talk about everything that was cut. The 4 million will talk about everything that was saved, but still things that are cut. Same discussion, same ultimate vote, and then the 6.5 option will be presented, and they'll be able to get up and say, okay, remember all the 4 million, now we're adding these things on top of that. Like that's the way this should work, and that's why having it side by side, you can see, like, this is where the money's going. And even though it's a $4 million override, we're not spending $4 million, the whatever the total is that's recommended there. There's the 4 million option, and then the 6.5 million. Here's the bang for your buck. This is what you're getting at that. And again, we're not spending 6.5 million, even though that's what we're calling it. So you vote on 1%, you vote on 4 million, you vote on 6.5. And so it sounds a lot more complicated when you're like, there's 3 different budgets and everybody's going to be talking about it at the same time. You're talking about approving one budget, approving one budget, approving one budget.
So what happens in the rare scenario that I don't think it's ever happened, that people are pissed off and they say, we're not gonna accept the 1% budget, and we'll vote down the 1% budget. What happens then? We have. I'm just curious, what happens? They could vote no?
They could.
They could vote no, then what? That means you have 0 money allocated, you don't spend anything? I don't know. You ever hear that, Mike?
So,
Have you heard of that?
hold on. So then the voters have to vote, say if you're a voter, you want the override to happen. You still should be voting in the affirmative for the 1% as well to have a contingent budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Can't spend any money. I mean, you can't pay anybody unless that budget's voted on. You literally shut the town down.
It's the
All right,
equivalent of the
all
federal
makes sense now.
shutdowns.
Because it's almost midnight now, I get it.
Okay.
Almost tomorrow.
Motion to.
I told you we'd still be here tomorrow.
Second.
Thank you for all you do in this budget
Lost my
season.
list.
And
Trace? Oh, sorry. Hi, Peter. Go ahead.
yes, thank you for all you do during this budget season. And I know it's a tough job, but you work hard with this budget, and I'm going to be there at town meeting on May 13th. Right?
Thank you so much, Peter. And let me just correct you. It's budgets, plural.
Yeah, May 13th is budgets, and the 15th is going to be the articles. I know the drill. Peter knows the drill.
Okay. There was a motion and a second to adjourn. I believe I lost my list, but Tracy.
And I'll spend on meeting tomorrow.
Select board tomorrow. Yes. Tracy.
Select board tomorrow.
Andy.
Mike, I'll see you there.
Bill.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Cody.
Yes.
Zach.
Yes.
I too am a yes. 7 yes. Good night,
Good
everyone.
Good night.
night.